Radhe Radhe, Gaura Gaura.
Radhe Radhe.
Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam.
Shri Shri Gaur Purnima Maha Mahotsava ki
Jai.
Srila Gurudev ki Jai.
Jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Jai.
Param Guru Varga ki
Jai.
Jai. Sri Pavana Shri Nityananda Prabhu ki
Jai.
Jai. Prem Purushottam Shachinandan Gaura Hari
Ki
ki
Jai.
Tadiya Avidbha Maha Mahotsava
Ki
ki
Jai.
Jai. Shri Radha Vinod Bihari Ju
Ki Jai.
And his feet ki Jai. Vrishabhanandini Srimati Radha Rani, Super Queen of Vrindavan ki Jai. She's supremely victorious. Shri Sachinandan Gaura Hari ki Jai.
And
Lotus flowers ki
babies.
Jai. Laddu Gopal ki Jai.
Jai.
And the little one also
Chota
ki
Chota.
Jai. Giriraj Maharaj
Ki
ki
Jai.
Shalagram Shila ki
Jai.
Jai. Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Ki Jai.
Shri Gaura Premanande
Hari Hari Bo.
Go back into Gauranga.
Just in case anyone wasn't here in the beginning, we'll start at his feet.
Can you see his feet? Prem Purushottam Shachinandana Gaura Hari
Ki Jai.
Up higher. Ah.
And then Krishna.
Shri Vinod Bihari Ju ki
Jai. And
Vrishabhanu Nandini Srimati Radha Thakurani
Thakurani Ki Jai. Okay.
And then just a whole.
Now Kishori's gonna have to put it in the holder.
Yeah, please forgive me for that.
Ooh, I wanted to give you close-up darshan.
This
so-
will be like 4 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and boom.
There we go.
Oops.
Go sit down. I'll
Wait. Well, this somehow got a little tight. Okay, there. One second. Somehow it's not balanced. 1 second.
Sorry, everyone. Okay, sit down and I'll do it. Done it? I think it's already done.
Radhe Radhe, Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam.
Gaur. Just chant the name of Gauranga.
Yes, they're
And-
lotus flowers.
Nityananda Prabhu will be purchased. They are real lotus flowers.
Nityananda Prabhu is back there. You can't see him so well, but he's there.
Today is also holy. Gaur Purnima is also holy Purnima. So we might sing Aaj Biraj Mein Hori Re Rasiya. It is a great day of extreme jubilation. The appearance of Prem Purushottam Shri Sachinandan Gaura Hari Ki
You need
Jai.
your microphone.
You can't hear me?
I don't know. Radhe Radhe Jayanti. Sorry I didn't call you.
We've been very, very occupied today, laying lotus flowers at the feet of Thakurji. Okay, so we will begin with Mangalacharan, the auspicious invocation calling for the grace, the mercy, the blessings, and the sidelong glances of our Gurudev, our Srila Prabhupada, all of our Rupa Anuga Gauriya Guru Varga, our 6 Goswamis, Sri Nityananda Prabhu, Prem Purushottam, Shachinandan Gaura Hari, going all the way back to the original Guru, who is Krishna himself, Vande Krishna Jagat Guru, and his Guru of Prem, Vrishabhanandini, Srimati Radhika. Radhikar Prema Guru, Ami Shishya Nata. She is my Guru of Prem, and I'm simply her dancing pupil. She makes me dance various novel dances. So, Mangalacharan is on page 1. And forgive us in advance if there are any internet difficulties. We still don't have control. You might have to pull it back a little bit further.
Really?
Yeah, because otherwise you won't see the mridanga. Not so far. There. Okay. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavangscha Shri Rupam Sagrajata Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitangscha Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayanitti Namine Shri Krishna Leela Katane Sudaksham Audarya Madhurya Gunaishcha Yuktam Varam Varinyam Purusham Mahantam Narayanam Tam Shirashan Namami Tridandinam Bhakta Shiromanim Cha Shri Krishna Padabhinataika Hriddi Chaitanya Leelamrita Sarasaram Narayanam Tvam Satatam Prapadye Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nitti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namo Vishnupadaya Gaura Presthaya Bhutale Shri Srimad Bhakti Pragyana Keshava Itti Namine Gativartya Charitraya Swashritanan Shapanine Jiva Dukhe Sadarataya Shri Nama Premadayine Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Namine Shri Varshabhanadi Devi Dayitaya Kripabhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha माधुर्योज्ज्वलप्रेमभ्य श्रीरूपानुगभक्तिदा श्रीगौरकरुणाशक्ति विग्रहाय नमोस्तुते। नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दिनतारिणे रूपानुगविरुद्धापो सिद्धान्तध्वन्तहारिणे। नमो गौरकिशोराय साक्षात् वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलम्भनसम्बोधे पदं पूजायते नमः। नमो विनोदाय सच्चिदानन्दनामिने गौरशक्तिस्वरूपाय रूपानुगमरायते। गौराविर्भावभूमेस्त्वं निर्देष्टा सजनप्रिया वैष्णव सर्वभौमश्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानं पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो महावदन्याय कृष्णप्रेमप्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्णचैतन्य नाम्ने गौरद्विषे नमः। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिकान्त राधाकान्त नमोस्तुते। तप्तकाञ्चन गौराङ्गी राधे वृन्दावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। जयतां सुरतो पङ्गो मम मन्दं मतिर्गति मत्सर्वस्वपदम्बोजो राधामदनमोहनो दिव्यवृन्दारण्यकल्पद्रुमद श्रीमद्रत्नागारसिंहासनस्थो श्री श्रीराधा श्रीलगोविन्ददेवो प्रेष्ठालिभिः सेव्यमानुस्मरामि। श्रीमन्त्रसरसारम्भे वंशीवतततस्थितः कर्षन्देनुस्वनैर्गोपीनाथश्रीस्तु नः। वृन्दायै तुलसीदेव्यै प्रियायै केशवस्य च कृष्णभक्तिप्रदे देवी सत्यवत्यै नमो नमः। पञ्चतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकम्। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद। चेतोदर्पणमार्जनं भवमहादावाग्निर्वापनं श्रेयकैरवचन्द्रिका वितरणं विद्यावधूजीवनम् आनन्दं बुद्धिवर्धनं प्रतिपदं पूर्णामृतास्वादनं सर्वात्मस्नपनं परं विजयते श्रीकृष्णसंकीर्तनं। हरेर्नाम हरेर्नाम हरेर्नामेव केवलं Kalo nastyeva 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 gatiranyatha. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. You can bring the camera closer, but with the stand, everything together.
I just wanted to say that this outfit is offered to Thakurji today by Chloe Chandrika Devi Dasi.
Haribo!
So, anyway, actually there are two that she offered today. One they're wearing today, and then in 3 days they'll wear the other one. They're both offered by Chandrika. So this is, I can't go too far with this thing.
Yeah, look. There you go. Prem Purushottam Shachinandana Gaura Hari Ki Jai. Shri Gaur Purnima Maha Mahotsava Ki Jai. Radha Vino Bihari Ju Ki Jai.
So Chandrika, your offering has been accepted.
Haribo.
We'll take pictures and send them out, and everyone can see them up close. But there's another outfit coming from you.
Pure Cow Seva Sudevi may be taking photos.
I'm doing this wrong. I'm sorry, dear Vaishnavas. Forgive me.
What's going on?
I was just moving it.
Okay.
Actually, I made them a Purnima one, a very white and bright one, but it didn't look fancy enough to me, so I made a backup outfit. I was going to make it anyway, but then I laid them out and I said to Kishori, which one looks more like a birthday outfit? And he chose this one. So.
Boro Kripa Kori or Kavetava Karuna Prakashe?
Boro Kripa Kori.
Nope, the other one. Gurudev Kavetava Karuna Prakashe, page 35. O Gurudev, when by the manifestation of your mercy, with the deep conviction that Sri Gauranga's Leelas are eternal truth, will I chant the name of Hari and wander throughout the forest of Godrum with the aspiration to witness those Leelas. Nitai, Gauranga, Advaita, Srivas and Gadadhar, these 5 personalities will flood the entire universe with the nectar of Sri Krishna's name by performing Maha Sankirtan. I shall hear the pastimes of dancing and of mridangas playing with my own ears. Constantly beholding the sweetness of these pastimes, I will float in the flood of prem. Upon losing my vision of these jewel-like pastimes, I shall cry out, Ha Gauranga! The materialists will proclaim me to be a madman and throw dust on my body. By Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Chloe Chandrika says she's crying. Thank you, Didi. Gurudev, kabe tava karuna prakashe. Gurudev, kabe tava karuna prakashe. O kabe tava karuna prakashe. Kave tava karuna prakashe. Shri Gaurango Lila hoi nitya tattva eshu dridha vishwase. শ্রী গৌরাঙ্গ লীলা হই নিত্য তত্ত্ব এষু দৃঢ় বিশ্বাসে। ও হরি হরি বলি গোদ্রুম কাননে, হরি হরি বলি গোদ্রুম কাননে, ব্রহ্মিব দর্শনয়াসে, ব্রহ্মিব দর্শনয়াসে। নিতাই গৌরাঙ্গ অদ্বৈত শ্রীবাস গদাধর পঞ্চজন। নিতাই গৌরাঙ্গ অদ্বৈত শ্রীবাস গদাধর পঞ্চজন। কৃষ্ণ নাম রসে ভাসবে জগত, কৃষ্ণ নাম রসে ভাসবে জগত, করি মহা সংকীর্তন, করি মহা সংকীর্তন। নর্তন বিলাস মৃদঙ্গ বাদন, শুনিব আপন কানে। নর্তন বিলাস মৃদঙ্গ বাদন, শুনিব আপন কানে। দেখিয়া দেখিয়া সে লীলা মাধুরী, দেখিয়া দেখিয়া সে লীলা মাধুরী, ভাসিব প্রেমের বাণে, ভাসিব প্রেমের বাণে। ও না দেখি আবার সে লীলা রতন, কাঁদিহা গৌরাঙ্গ বলি। ও না দেখি আবার সে লীলা রতন, কাঁদিহা গৌরাঙ্গ বলি। আমারে বিষয়ী পাগল বলিয়া, আমারে বিষয়ী পাগল বলিয়া, অঙ্গেতে দিবে কধূলি, অঙ্গেতে দিবে কধূলি। গুরুদেব কবে তব করুণা প্রকাশে, কবে তব করুণা প্রকাশে, কবে তব করুণা প্রকাশে, কবে তব করুণা প্রকাশে। ও গুরুদেব জয় গুরুদেব, গুরুদেব জয় গুরুদেব, জয় গুরুদেব, জয় গুরুদেব, জয় গুরুদেব, জয় গুরুদেব। ও জয় প্রভু পাদ, 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 জয় প্রভু পাদ। গুরু পরম্পরা, গুরু পরম্পরা, গুরু পরম্পরা, গুরু পরম্পরা। Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Rupanuga Guru Varga ki jai, Shri Guru Parampara ki jai. The fragrance here is very, very strong. Just behind this first little row of flowers, it's like 1,000 little baby jasmines. I don't know what kind of jasmine flowers they have. I think it's Bailey. You know, when they describe how the fragrance in the spiritual world from the flowers is so thick that you become intoxicated by it and it's difficult to even move through. And the rose petals as well. And it's very strong. We had it in the fridge, and just when you'd open the fridge, poof, it would just burst out. So. Now we will call for the mercy of the Vaishnavas. I'm feeling like Vrindavanavasi Jata. Page 36 by Devaki Nandana Das. Scusi. Vrindavanu Vasi Jato Vaishnavero Gano Pratame Vandana Kori Sabaro Charana Vrindavana Vasi Jato Vaishnavero Gano Pratame Vandana Kori Sabaro Charana Nilachalo Vasi Jato Mahaprabhur Gano Bhumite Poriya Bando Sabharo Charana Nilachalo Vasi Jato Mahaprabhur Gano Bhumite Poriya Bando Sabharo Navadvipa Vasi Jato Mahaprabhur Bhakta Sabharo Charana Bando Oyayanu-rakta Navadvipa Vasi Jato Mahaprabhur Bhakta Sabharo Charana Bando Oyayanu-rakta Mahaprabhur Bhakta Jato Gaura Deshe Sthiti Sabharo Charana Bando Koriya Pranati Mahaprabhur Bhakta Jato Gaura Deshe Sthiti Sabharo Charana Bando Koriya Pranati Je deshe vaise Gaurangera Gano Purva Bahu Kori Bando Sabharo Charana Je deshe vaise Gaurangero হইয়াছেন হইবেন প্রভুর যত দাস সভার চরণ বন্দ দন্তে করি ঘাস ব্রহ্মাণ্ড তারিতে শক্তি ধরে জনে জনে এ বেদ পুরাণে গুণ গায় যে বাসুনে ব্রহ্মাণ্ড তারিতে শক্তি ধরে জনে জনে এ বেদ পুরাণে গুণ গায় যে বাসুনে মহাপ্রভুর গণ সব পতিত পাবন তাই লোভে মুই পাপী লইনু শরণ মহাপ্রভুর গণ সব পতিত পাবন তাই লোভে মুই পাপী লইনু শরণ বন্দনা করিতে মুই কত শক্তি ধরি তম বুদ্ধি দোষে মুই দম্ভ মাত্র করি বন্দনা করিতে মুই কত শক্তি ধরি তম বুদ্ধি দোষে মুই দম্ভ মাত্র করি তথাপি মুখের ভাগ্য মনের উল্লাস দোষক্ষমী ওয়ধমে করুণী দাস তথাপি মুখের ভাগ্য মনের উল্লাস দোষক্ষমী ওয়ধমে করুণী দাস সর্ববাঞ্ছা সিদ্ধি হয় यम बंध चूते जगते दुर्लभ होया प्रेम धन लूटे सर्ववांछ सिद्धि हो यम बंध चूते जगते दुर्लभ होया प्रेम धन মনের বাসনা পূর্ণ অচিরাতে হয়া দেবকী নন্দন দাস এ লোভে কয় মনের বাসনা পূর্ণ অচিরাতে হয়া দেবকী দাস তে লোভে কয় ও বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর জয় বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর প্রভু কৃপা করো মোরে দয়া করো কৃপা করো মোরে দয়া করো প্রভু কৃপা করো মোরে দয়া করো কৃপা করো মোরে দয়া করো প্রভু কৃপা করো মোরে দয়া করো কৃপা করো মোরে দয়া করো প্রভু কৃপা করো মোরে দয়া করো কৃপা করো মোরে দয়া করো। All Vaishnava Thakurs ki jai. Now we will call for the mercy of Srila Rupa Goswami, without whom we would not be able to properly understand the special gift of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So what Rupa Goswami came to give us, we are completely indebted to him for. Thank you. I hope we get some sukriti for that. Pradumna Prabhu wrote that they're bathing their Thakujis and playing our bhajans for them. Sri Rupa Manjari Pada, Same or Sampada, page 50 by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. Srila Rupa Goswami Pad Ki Jai. Shri Rupa Manjari Pada, Se Moro Sampada. Shri Rupa Manjari Pada, Se Moro Sampada. Se Moro Bhajana Pujana. Se Moro Bhajana Pujana. Se Moro Prano Dhano. Se Moro Yabharano. Se Moro Prano Dhano. Se Moro Yabharano. Se Moro Jivaner Jivana. Se Moro Jivaner Jivana. Se Moro Rasanidhi. Se Moro Vancha Siddhi. Se Moro Rasanidhi. Se Moro Vancha Siddhi. Se Moro Vedero Dharama. Se Moro Vedero Dharama. Se Brato Se Tapa. Se Moro Mantra Japa. Se Brato Se Tapa. Se Moro Mantra Japa. Se Moro Dharma Karama. Se Moro Dharma Karama. Anukula Habe Vidhi. Se Pade Hoibe Siddhi. Anukula Habe Vidhi. Se Pade Hoibe Siddhi. Viro Kivo Edu shashi prano kuvalaya shashi se rupa madhuri rashi prano kuvalaya shashi prapulito ave nishibine prapulito ave nishibine tuaya darshono yahi garole charolo dehi tuaya darshono yahi garole charolo dehi chirodino tapito jivono chirodino tapito jivono ha ha prabhu koro doya deho more pado chaya ha ha prabhu koro doya deho more pado chaya ha ha prabhu koro doya deho more pado chaya ha ha prabhu koro doya deho more pado chaya narottamo loilo sharana narottamo loilo sharana narottamo loilo sharana narottamo loilo sharana rupa goswami prabhu 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 he prabhu he prabhu he prabhu he oh prabhu he prabhu he prabhu he prabhu he oh rupa he 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 Shri Rupa Goswami Pad ki jai Shri Sachinandana Gaura Hari ki jai Shri Gaur Purnima Mahamohotsava ki jai Dandava Pranam all Vaishnavas. Welcome to Shri Shri Radha Vinu Bihari Mandir. Today it is the day of their combined form. Today is Shri Sachinandan Gaura Hari Mandir.
I was just reading about the birth of Mahaprabhu, and it is said that while all the persons were bathing in the Ganga and everything, all the women were doing that.
They were ululating.
They were all... It reminded me of Isha Thakurani, who started that in our Sangha here.
I believe she can do it very well. Swastika Didi, Radhe Radhe, Janardhan Prabhu, Rup Charan, Krishna Premavati, Chandrika. Purdumna, are you the Purdumna in Trinidad? Haribo. Oh, Rudra is uluing. You know, Lord Shiva also does that, doesn't he? Okay. So, why did we sing for Sri Rupa? Of course, we know that Srila Rupa Goswami was that personality.
Yep.
Okay, Radhe Radhe. Srila Rupa Goswami was that personality who established within this world the inner heart's desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Meaning what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to give, but he was too busy tasting, he gave via the medium of Srila Rupa Goswami. Anyone who knows that verse, Radhika, Radhe Radhe, Ramya Devi, Radhe Radhe. Oh, they're all uluing. Very nice. Yeah. Radhika, you got to see Mahaprabhu up close.
Mahaprabhu ran away from me one time and went with Radhika.
Yeah, he's gobsmackingly gorgeous. So, anyone who posts that verse?
It starts with Sri Chaitanya. And then in the middle says Manobishtam, just so you know.
What is the meaning of Manobishta? You know, once Sudevi told Gurudev, I miss you. What did Gurudev reply?
I miss you more. It was on the phone.
Yep, she told him on the phone, I miss you. And he said back, I miss you more. So when you just wrote, I miss him, I was thinking he misses you more. Ha, Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who is the fulfiller of the desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who has established in this world the innermost heart's desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Stapitam, he stapitamed Mahaprabhu's Manobishtam in this world. When will he give me the shelter of his lotus feet? And for us, coming in this line of Srila Rupa Goswami, even Narottam Das Thakur is the one who composed this bhajan from his heart, Sri Rupa Manjaripada. That is our goal, our aspiration. What Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to give and what he came to taste are actually two different things. And what he came to give, we are able to receive via the medium of the mercy of Srila Rupa Goswami. Without Rupa Goswami, what would we understand? Yankali Rupa Sharira Nadharata Tan Braj Prema Mahaniti Kutarika Nirakirahang Sanapana Vidhayana. Without Rupa Goswami, who would have opened the doors to the great treasure house of Braja Prem? Who but Rupa Goswami could have extracted the essence of the scriptures in the same way that a swan separates water or milk from water? So Rupa Goswami was able to reveal all of these inner hearts, desires of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in this world for our benefit. I'm just checking here. Okay. So Rupa Goswami is no ordinary personality. Srila Bhakti-Vigyam Bharati Maharaj said that just like you might have any best friend or good friend, they'll come to your home for dinner, you'll have nice conversation, but there's still some formality. Not everyone's allowed to just chill out on your bed.
They will walk into your home and go into your cupboards and take anything they like from there. And you feel...
You have to say that louder, no one can hear you.
Dandavat Pranam.
They can see you.
Vaishnavas.
Oh, maybe not. It's gone over that way too far.
So it doesn't really matter. So Srila Bhakti-Vigyam Bharati Maharaj was speaking about this mood, how Rupa Goswami entered the heart of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he said that there are friends that come to our house and it's very nice and you have a nice dealing with them. And it's good. But he said, then there are those friends that will come to your home, and without asking you, they'll go straight into your kitchen, make themselves a cup of tea, of course caffeine free. They'll cook themselves something. They'll make themselves at home as though it's their place. And he said, then that when they are that close to you, you feel so much happiness and joy at that time that they're able to just move around in your house like that. So he gave this as like a mood that when Srila Rupa Goswami entered the heart of Mahaprabhu, he was completely open. Yes, you should make yourself very comfortable there. He didn't feel any reservation, any jewels, all the beauty that I want to give. Oh, Rupa, you should give. Rupa Goswami was like an expert diver and went deep into the heart of Mahaprabhu, collecting all kinds of extraordinary jewels, bringing them up to the surface and giving them to the world. So our Gurudev said that everything that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to give the world, everything he wanted to say, he said through Rupa Goswami. He said, actually, Sri Rupa is the pen of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then he stopped and he said, Rupa is the heart of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That is how near and dear Sri Rupa is. And what did he give? He says he's only giving a drop. Even Mahaprabhu said, I'm only giving a drop. And it's enough to drown how many millions of universes. One drop. So without Rupa Goswami, where would we be? How would we know? We sing that Young Kali Rupa. Without him, how would we know anything? Without our Guru Varg, without Srila Prabhupada, without our Gurudev, how would we know? So we are so indebted, and it's a beautiful kind of indebtedness that we'll never be free of.
I like that. Beautiful kind of indebtedness that we'll never be free of. Did I see Nandini jump in there? Nandini, Radhe Radhe, and Keshav, Priya Didi. Okay, Jai. So, yes, like Sudevi just told, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj said that Rupa Goswami had free reign. Mahaprabhu gave him full rights to dive deep into his heart and take whatever he wanted from there and to distribute that. If you have that much trust in someone that they can go into your bank account, your most private, treasured place, and you give them the right to extract whatever they want from you and to also share that with the world. That is Rupa Goswami for Mahaprabhu. How close are they?
It's like Mahaprabhu's heart melted.
Gurudev said also, he said that Krishna's flute.
Yes, he said, I was just paraphrasing, but actually, I know Kishori Mohan has told this before, but Gurudev was saying that actually, he said, Sri Rupa is like the flute of Mahaprabhu. He said, like Krishna. Krishna, he wants to meet with the gopis. He wants to have ras. But he can't go and knock on the gopis' doors or say, hey, come on out, let's go, let's dance, it's midnight, it's a beautiful moon, a soft breeze, come with me. He can't do that. But everything that he wants to say, every mood of his heart, he plays through the holes of his flute. And it goes and inundates Vrindavan into the gopis' homes. Gurudev said they may be lying in bed, they may be serving their husbands, they may be doing so many things, but that flute song will go directly into their ears, steal their heart and run toward Krishna, and they will have to run after that heart. He said, so even what Krishna cannot do, Vamsi can do.
Vamsi is so powerful.
So Vamsi is so powerful. And then he said, Rupa is so powerful. What Chaitanya Mahaprabhu couldn't do, Sri Rupa did. So he said, Sri Rupa is the flute of Mahaprabhu.
Can you adjust the camera angle
so I don't have to sit so close to you?
I don't mind you sitting close to me, but why not have Radha and Krishna a little bit more in there, because I did set it up so that you can sit here. Better to turn the whole thing because it is a gimbal. It turns by itself.
Okay.
Okay. Is that Achutapriya, Anupama? Anupama is there. Achitapriya is there. Radhe Radhe. Now we're going to call for the mercy, the grace of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Without the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu, one cannot attain the mercy and grace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. That's why we go in a sequence. If you try to jump straight to Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu will send you away, like he did with Raghunath Das Goswami. Go home, become mature. When the time is right, then you can come back. Guess who's coming back?
Also, it happened with Murari Gupta. We know that then when everybody was worshipping Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, what did Murari Gupta do? He came, he was so happy to see this beautiful celebration, and he immediately went and offered pranam to the feet of Mahaprabhu, and Mahaprabhu said, "You have done wrong." And so then that night in a dream, Mahaprabhu came, Nimai, came to Murari Gupta, and he said, "You have done wrong. You first go through Nityananda Prabhu, and then after him you can come to me. This is what I desire, what I like." So then the next day, when he went to Advaita Acharya's place, or maybe it was Srivasangam, he went and first he did pranam and touched the feet of Nityananda Prabhu, and Mahaprabhu was so happy. This is why whenever there's Guru Puja, if it's the Guru Puja of Saraswati Thakur, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, we won't directly go to him and offer flowers. First we will offer flowers to our Gurudev, then Param Gurudev, then Srila Prabhupada, like this, up the line, and then to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. It's why we do Kram. It's why we follow a sequence, and we do our bhajans like this. First Mangalacharna, then we pray to Sri Guru, then Vaishnavas, then Sri Rupa, and then Nityananda Prabhu, and then Mahaprabhu. We never go straight like that. Otherwise, what will happen?
Our prayers will not reach their ears.
And we will be filled maybe with so many separate kinds of ideas and desires. We won't be an anugatya. And if we aren't in the right place at the right time with the right people, we won't have the password to get into that very secret place where Mahaprabhu is doing his beautiful leelas in Srivasangam. Remember, he famously said, just drinking milk is not enough.
Right, there was that Brahmin.
A Brahmin wanted to go and see the dancing of the Lord in the kirtan at Srivasangam. And he's like, I'm a Brahmin. I only actually take milk.
Only milk and nothing else.
So Srivas said, oh, he only takes milk.
He's doing great austerities.
So he led him there, and Mahaprabhu did not like it. He told him to leave. And then he told Srivasacharya, only drinking milk is not qualification for this. But that pure-hearted Brahmin, he was so happy that he got even a glimpse. And he thought, maybe in any next life, I will be able to understand these leelas. And Mahaprabhu, who is super soul in the heart, understood how beautiful and humble that Brahmin was, and then he brought him there after he showed humility. First he was showing this kind of pratishta. I only do this. Really, can any of you only do this? Are you doing it? I'm only taking this, and I'm a Brahmin, and I'm a believer. But that arrogance Mahaprabhu cut, Tranadapi Sunichena, and then he was welcomed back.
Pradumna Prabhu, no, Rupa Goswami is not a flute. We should not make the mistake. He is like the flute of Mahaprabhu.
Meaning that sound, that vibration, that teaching that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to give the world, meaning that is like the flute song of Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu doesn't play a flute as well. So it's kind of Gurudev just showing the power of the Vamsi and the power of Sri Rupa. How even Mahaprabhu, what he didn't do, Srila Rupa Goswami did. It was just to make an analogy, a comparison.
See, when Krishna plays the flute, it's not that he's playing a flute. He's actually expressing his heart through that medium. So that flute is empty and it has holes in it. And what Krishna wants to express to his cows, to his cowherd boyfriends, and especially to his gopis, and especially to Srimati Radhika, he expresses through his flute song. So Rupa Goswami is like this flute. in the sense that what Mahaprabhu wanted to express to the world, he expressed through the medium of Srila Rupa Goswami. So we should not mistake that he is Banshe Das Babaji or anything like that. He is Rupa Goswami. But Gurudev compared him to like the flute of Krishna. He is like the flute of Mahaprabhu. And did I see that Madhusudan Prabhu is there? Dandavat Pranam, Madhusudan Prabhu. Okay. Yep. Krishna Prabhupati, she said, I feel like I got showered by Gurudev's mercy today. I got my first books by his divine grace. Not one, but 9.
Like Navadvip, the 9 islands, 9 processes of bhakti.
That reminds me of Sudevi when she wrote her friend and said, okay, just send me one book of your Gurudev, just one. She sent like all of the books, all of the pictures, a bunch of cassettes and so many other things. Whatever was available in 1996, she sent everything. So today is the day to receive that mercy. That is the mercy of Mahaprabhu manifesting in your life. And Gurudev said, don't waste a minute. Take whatever you can now and run with it, because we don't know when we'll have that opportunity again. How rare it is that we have come at this time and received what Mahaprabhu has come to give in this line of Rupa Goswami. It is unprecedented beyond all unprecedentedness. It is, I mean, they say the chance of winning a lottery is like 1 in a trillion, a big lottery. And if you've won 100 in a row, it's absolutely impossible, but we have all done that. We have won the supreme transcendental lottery. We just need to cash in the ticket, which means don't waste time. So now we're going to call for the mercy of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. And what does he say? He says, just chant the name of my Gauranga. I'm looking for the one. What's the one? Is that Akrodha Paramananda?
No, it's Amana. Not Amana. It's.
Griheva Abanete Take Ha Gauranga.
One word I've always put up in.
Let's go down and get a Dutipada. We're singing that afterward. Nityananda Prabhu, he's saying, Bolo Gaura Hari. Please purchase me by calling Bolo Gaura Hari. So we know that Raghunath Das Goswami ran away from home, ran to Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu said, don't be mad, go home, be like normal in the world so no one can understand your internal feelings, function in such a way without attachment, but don't let anyone detect what's going on. So in essence, it's training for the mood of the gopis. But he said, when the time is right, Krishna will make all arrangements. Then Raghunath Das Goswami came by the mercy and grace of the Lord, very close to Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Also, he had association with Haridas Thakur and Yadunandan Acharya, who was his guru, his household guru. And at that time, he was able to escape from the shackles of household life and go to a distance from where Nityananda Prabhu was. Seeing Nityananda Prabhu, he looked as brilliant as a million moons, sitting there surrounded by thousands and thousands of devotees. When Nitai got word that Raghunath was there, he started calling him, Raghunath! Raghunath! Only a thief stays off in the distance hiding. Come here. Raghunath came forward, offered his Dandavat Pranam to Nityananda Prabhu. Nityananda Prabhu told him, he said, you tried to take what is my property without coming to me first. No permission, no granting. So then he put both of his lotus feet on the head of Raghunath Das Goswami and blessed him. And then what did he do? He punished him. Because you have tried to take what is not your property without coming to me first, I will punish you. What is the punishment that Nityananda Prabhu gave him?
Serve all the Vaishnavas.
He had him serve all of the Vaishnavas. So any wealth he had, and he was extremely wealthy, he utilized in serving all of the Vaishnavas on this beautiful festival, Chidda Dahi Maha Mahotsava at Panihati. So thousands, hundreds of thousands of Vaishnavas were served this flat rice and yogurt and fruit and everything else. And then Nityananda Prabhu sent him forward to Mahaprabhu. And Mahaprabhu instantaneously placed Raghunath Das Goswami in the company of Sri Swarup Damodar Goswami. Who is Swarup Damodar Goswami in Krishna Lila?
Me?
Sure, you. Gulab Jamans for Sudevi. She'll give them to me anyway. Lalita Sakhi. And our goal and our aspiration is also to come in the group of Lalita Sakhi. So Mahaprabhu placed Raghunath in the shelter of Swarup Damodar, and from that moment he became known as Swaruper Raghu. So we must first approach Nityananda Prabhu. If we chant the name of Gaura Hari, then we can purchase him. Without the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu, one cannot attain the shelter of Mahaprabhu. Without the mercy of Mahaprabhu, one cannot attain the lotus feet of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. So we must follow this sequence. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Akrodha Paramananda Nityananda Raya Akrodha Paramananda Nityananda Raya Abhimanu Shunyo Nitai Nagare Bera Abhimanu Shunyo Nitai Nagare Bera Adhamma Patita Jive Dware Dware Giya Adhamma Patita Jive Dware Dware Giya Hari Namo Mahamantra Dicheno Binaya Hari Namo Mahamantra Dicheno Binaya Chare dekhe tare kohe dante trino dhori Chare dekhe tare kohe dante trino dhori amare ki niyano ho bolo Jayo eto boli Nityananda Bhume gari jayo ধুলাতে লোটায় সোনার পর্বত যেন ধুলাতে লোটায় হেন অবতারে যা রতিনা জন্মিল হেন অবতারে যা রতিনা জন্মিল লোচন বলে সে পাপি এলো यारो गेलो लोचन बोले से पापी एलो यारो गेलो अक्रोध परमानंद नित्यानंद पावन श्री नित्यानंद प्रभु की जय. Now we have come to Shri. When was that?
I don't know. I just walked past the camera.
Ahare Gauranga Boli. He's calling out. We'll also sing that one. Why not? The more Nitai, the more better. Page 64, Jai Jai Nityananda Rohini Kumar by Vrindavan Das Thakur. Jaya Jaya Nityananda Rohini Kumar Jaya Jaya Nityananda Rohini Kumar Patita Udhar Lagi Dubahu Pasar Patita Udhar Lagi Dubahu Pasar Gada Gada Madhura Madhura Yadho Bola Gada Gada Madhura Madhura Yadho Bola Jare deke tare preme dhori deya kolo যারে দেখে তারে প্রেমে ধরি দেয়া কর ডগমগ লোচন ঘুরয়ে নিরন্তর ডগমগ লোচন ঘুরয়ে নিরন্তর সোনার কমলে যেন ফিরয়ে ভ্রমর সোনার কমলে যেন ফিরয়ে ভ্রমর দয়ার ঠাকুর নিতায় পর দুঃখ জানে দয়ার ঠাকুর নিতায় পর দুঃখ জানে হরি নামের মালা গাঁথি দিল জগ জনে হরি নামের মালা গাঁথি দিল জগ জনে পাপি পাশন্দি যত করিল দলন পাপি পাশন্দি যত করিল দলন দিনহীন জানে কইলা প্রেম বিতরণ দিনহীন জানে কইলা প্রেম বিতরণ আহারে গৌরাঙ্গ বলি পরে ভূমি তলে আহারে গৌরাঙ্গ বলি পরে ভূমি তলে শরীর ভিজিল নিতায়ের নয়নের জলে শরীর ভিজিল নিতায়ের নয়নের জলে বৃন্দাবন দাস মনে এ বিচারিল বৃন্দাবন দাস মনে এ বিচারিল ধরণী উপরে কিবা সুমেরু পড়িল ধরণী উপরে কিবা সুমেরু পড়ি জয় জয় নিত্যানন্দ রোহিণী কুমার 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 পতিত উদ্ধার লাগি দুবাহু পসার পতিত উদ্ধার লাগি দুবাহু পসার জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম নিত্যানন্দ রাম নিত্যানন্দ রাম জয় নিত্যানন্দ রাম নিতাই হে গৌর হে নিতাই হে গৌর হে নিতাই হে গৌর হে নিতাই হে গৌর হে पतित पावन श्री नित्यानंद प्रभु की जय
Something's on my mind, and I need to say this.
Doyal Nitai Chaitanya Bolin Nachre Amar Man dancing on my mind.
No, it's me. Actually, when this mood that Kishori Mohan Prabhu was saying how Gurudev, I was on the phone with him, and I said, "Oh, I miss you, Gurudev," and he said, "I miss you more." So that was like some kind of a sweet ego thing for me. And one day I was with one devotee in Holland, and I said, "Oh, one time, Gurudev said, no. Yeah, I think I said it first. So Gurudev said he missed me more. I was like, yeah, that happened." And she said, "Oh, one time I told Gurudev I missed him, and he said, oh, that means you have kept your heart very far from me. Basically, I am closer to you than the air you breathe." And it was such a lesson for me. He gave me something, and I took it for my pratishta. And then when I came close to another dear darling daughter of his, I learned a different mood. How could I say I miss you? It means I'm not chanting, I'm not contemplating, I don't feel your presence in every waking moment of my life. How Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he said that not every year, not every month, every week, every hour, but every second we should worship our Sri Gurudev. And so I just wanted to say that I know that Radhika Didi was speaking specifically about Mahaprabhu and having him with her. But when Kishori Mahaprabhu said that about my dealing with Srila Gurudev, I wanted to add that part because it is like, if he just says, "Oh, I miss you more," it's so sweet and it's so like, oh my gosh, I wish he could say that to me. But then when you hear later on the kind of purport of that, if he was missing me more, how far away was I really? How far away from Gurudev that even he was saying, I miss you. So I just wanted to share that, you know, I don't want to keep it into some kind of, oh, he said this, but there's more to that. And that to say that I miss you to Gurudev means that I've kept myself very far from you.
Thank you for sharing that, Sudevi. Wait, just got a message. It's an important one. 1 second.
What is it?
Pure Cow Seva's scooter has been borrowed and not returned yet. So they are currently stuck at Rupsanathan Gaudiya hearing Gaur Katha.
You can't feel sorry for
All
that.
is good. Okay. Prabhu Hai Emona Durmati by Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur. This bhajan is speaking about the manifestation, the appearance of Sri Shachinandan Gaura Hari. In this world, page 66.
It's so important to actually be remembering Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur and praying to him through his kirtans, begging for these moods to appear in our hearts. Why? Our Gurudev said that he gave us two jewels, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur. One is Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and the other is the birthplace of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but also Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, which nobody had at the time. It was kept, and to find a copy took him 5 years. So because of his grace, his mercy, we can go to Navadvip, we can go to Mayapur, we can go to all of these holy places. They are not lost and forgotten.
And we can just go online and boom, there's Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita.
And then because of him, we know how we can pray to Mahaprabhu, who Mahaprabhu is. He is our seventh Goswami. And actually tonight I was thinking, I hope that we say something about Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, because without him, how would we know? Without him, we wouldn't know where is Mayapur, where is the place of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. But not only that, he got 2 other Mahabhagavats plus Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, so 3 other Mahabhagavats along with himself to verify, yes, this is the spot. And then he did so much research, going through libraries, going through old books, trying to make sure that everything was correct, even though he knew he had darshan of Sri Mayapur, but yet he went through all of these steps so that we have no doubt.
Also, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur manifested Sri Navadip Dham Mahatmya, which is his darshan of Nityananda Prabhu taking Jiva Goswami on parikrama. Without Bhaktivinoda Thakur, how would we know about all of these pastime places, where they are, what happened? Nityananda Prabhu brought Jiva Goswami to each place and told him the glories of Mahaprabhu in each location. And because of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, this Navadip Dham Parikrama was remanifested. And then our Param Gurudev Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj also, after it was stopped again, he reinstalled Sri Navadip Dham Parikrama. And then, of course, our Srila Gurudev continued it. And now so many different Vaishnavas from so many different Gaudiya Vaishnava societies.
And our Gurudev's lineage is also.
And within our Gurudev's lineage as well, but they're doing Navadip Dham Parikrama. So, this is all by the mercy of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. How much he worked, how much he endeavored to give us, we can never, ever repay him. And he's so close to us. So close to us. Thank you. Do you want to just put that here? Okay, Prabhu Hai Emona Durmati.
I hope I'm not interrupting the mood by jumping in every now and then.
No, that is the mood.
I just get a little excited.
Let's see one more time. Prabhu Hai এমন দুর্মতি সংসার ভিতরে হরিয়াছিনু আমি প্রভু হে এমন দুর্মতি সংসার ভিতরে হরিয়াছিনু আমি তব নিজ জন কোন মহাজনে হঠাইয়া দিলে তুমি তব নিজ জন কোন মহাজনে হঠাই তুমি এমন দুর্মতি সংসার ভিতরে হরিয়াছিনু আমি প্রভু হে এমন দুর্মতি সংসার ভিতরে হরিয়াছিনু আমি দয়া করি মোরে পতিত দেখিয়া কহিল আমারে গিয়া দয়া করি মোরে পতিত দেখিয়া কহিল আমারে গিয়া ওহে দিন জন শুনো ভালো কথা ওহে দিন জন শুনো ভালো কথা উলসিত হবে হিয়া উলসিত হবে হিয়া তোমার তারিতে শ্রীকৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য নবদ্বীপে অবতারো তোমাহেন কত দিনহীন জনে করিনে ভব পারো বেদের প্রতিজ্ঞা রাখিবার তরে রুক্ম বর্ণ বিপ্রসূত মহাপ্রভু নামে নদিয়া মাতায় সঙ্গে ভাই অবধূত নন্দ সুত যিনি চৈতন্য গোসাই নিজ নাম করি দানো হারিল জগত তুমিও যাইয়া লোহনি পরিত্রাণ সে কথা শুনিয়া আসিয়াছি না তোমার চরণ তলে আসিয়াছি না তোমার Kono mohajone Pathaila dile tumi Kono mahajane Pathaila dile tumi Shachinandan Jai Gaura Hari Shachinandan Jai Gaura Hari Oh Jai Oh Shachinandan Jai Gaura Hari Jai Shachinandan Jaya Gaura Hari Oh Gaura He Gaura He Gaura He Gaura He Prem Purushottam Shachinandana Gaura Hari Ki Jai. I'm feeling inspired to read this translation, even though we all probably read it while we were singing it. But here, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying, "O Lord, I am so unfortunate to have fallen into this material world, but you have sent an exalted soul, one of your own associates, to save me. Being compassionate upon seeing me in such a fallen condition, he said, 'O humbled soul, listen to this good advice, by which your heart will become joyful. To deliver you, Sri Krishna Chaitanya has descended to the land of Navadvip. He has conducted so many poor and lowly souls like you across the ocean of material existence. In order to fulfill the promise of the Vedas, he has appeared with a golden complexion as the son of a Brahmana, known by the name Mahaprabhu. He and his brother, the Avadut Nityananda, have caused all of Nadia to become maddened in divine ecstasy. Sri Chaitanya, who is directly the son of Nanda, has saved the world by distributing his own holy name. You go also and receive your deliverance. O Lord, hearing these words, Bhakti Vinod has come to your lotus feet. Weeping, he tells the story of his life." So Mahaprabhu himself said, "Sarvatra prachar hoibe moranam," that my name will be spread in every town and village. Very interesting, isn't it? So he is directly the son of Nanda, and he has saved the world by distributing his own holy name. Also, Mahamantra is his own holy name. Why? Because Mahamantra is none other than the meeting and separation of Radha and Krishna. And meeting and separation of Radha and Krishna in one form is Shachinandan Gaura Hari. So Hare Krishna Mahamantra is also his own name.
Prabhu is saying that he's heard that our acharyas, at least from the time of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that they have a form in Gaura Lila and Krishna Lila. Where does that leave us? He didn't ask about us, but I'm just saying.
Not all acharyas, but all acharyas in the Rupanuga Guru Varga. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had associates in all different rasas, including Ram Lila, Vaikuntha Lila, so many different Lilas, Shantaras, Dasyaras, and also in Braj, Dwarka, you can name it. All of the different pastimes, Mahaprabhu had associates.
Yes, but you said only those.
Only acharyas in Rupanuga Guru Varga. He's talking about manjaris. If you're a Ram Bhakta, you're not going to be a manjari in Krishna Lila. That's the point I'm making. So, those who have that intrinsic swarup, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada mentioned in the commentary in Sri Brahma Samhita, if you've seen that commentary, that the speciality of those who are Gaura Bhaktas is that eternally they can have simultaneous swarups in both Leelas. Your one Atma can have more than one simultaneous form.
It must have to if there are unlimited universes, which means there are unlimited Earth planets, which means his Parikar will also have to be there.
Think about it like that. Krishna, the same original Supreme Krishna, manifests himself unlimitedly in every universe. What to speak of that? Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada said in every atom. And he is not alone. He is there with Srimati Radhika. He's there with Sri Vrindavan Dham and all of the transcendental associates of Sri Vrindavan Dham. In other words, Nanda, Yashoda, all of the parents, all of the gopis, all of the cowherd boys, cows, plants, shrubs, Jamuna, Govardhan, even all of the insects, everything, every animal is there. Every transcendental associate of Krishna in every universe, on every earth planet, or in every atom, which means that they are expanded unlimitedly to serve Krishna in his transcendental pastimes. Through Nam Bhajan, we will also be able to understand, and not only understand, but realize, not just theoretically, but practically, understand and experience unlimited, simultaneous manifestations. It's not that Krishna is going to expand and just leave us behind and we're not going to be able to participate in Krishna's eternal pastimes. So, simultaneous form in Gaura Lila and in Krishna Lila. And Gaura Lila is also eternal. As Krishna's Leelas are expanding in every single universe and every earth planet, 1 second after the next, after the next, after the next, forever. So just after the time of Krishna, Sri Shachinandan, Gaurahari appears, not only here, but also there, in every place. And his pastimes are also unlimited. And they're continuously going on. So, can you digest that? By yourself, any jiva is vibhinangsa tattva. And we are always vibhinangsa tattva. We are the most minutest, microscopic, infinitesimal particle that there is. And Bhagavan or Krishna is known as Vibhu, just the opposite of Vibhina, ever expanding and unlimited. So if something is expanding and you are microscopic, then you're always becoming smaller in relation to the ever expanding. And yet, what happens when you take one particle, let's say one small microscopic magnetic particle, which is separate in a sense from the supermagnet, and you connect it to the supermagnet? What power, what potency is now flowing through that particle? Something to consider. It's no longer powerless. It is connected to the absolute, supreme, complete whole. Therefore, what is flowing through all of those personalities who are connected? Krishna is flowing through them directly. When Sri Guru is speaking, it is Krishna. When any Vaishnava, pure devotee who is connected is speaking, it is Shabda Brahma, transcendental sound vibration. They're not in a separated state like us. But it's Krishna saying, Mamai Vangsho Jiva Loke Jiva Bhuta Sanatana, eternally fragmented parts and parcels. They are eternally connected parts and parcels. It's a very different conception. Okay, now, Jadi Gauranga Nahito, page 68 by Sri Narahari Sarkar. If Sri Gauranga had not appeared, then what would have become of us? How would we have survived? Who could have taught the world about the glories of Srimati Radhika and the topmost limit of Prema Ras? Who would have had true insight to enter the sweet rapture of the forest of Vrinda Devi and the power to render loving service in the mood of the damsels of Braj? With a simple heart, always sing about Gauranga's glorious qualities. I cannot see even one person as compassionate as he in this ocean of material existence. Even though I chant Gauranga, my heart has not melted. How do I continue to maintain this body? How has Narahari been created with a stone in place of a heart? Don't worry, the Lord can and does appear from stone, so we should not be hopeless.
Prime example?
Prime example, Radharaman and Narasimhadev Bhagavan.
And Shalagram.
Shalagram, Giriraj, Maharaj. So, it's possible. Even if you have a stone in place of a heart,
Don't be hopeless.
don't be hopeless. What? We just sang Emona Durmati. Now we're singing Jadi Goranga Nahito. It's the same tune as the other one. Jadi Gorango Nohito Tabe ki hoito Kemone dhorito de Jadi Gorango Nohito Tabe ki hoito Radharo Mohima Premor Sasima Jogote Jana Toke Radharo Mohima Premor Sasima Jogote Jana Toke Jogote Jana Toke Jogote Jana Toke Jadi Goranga Nohito Tabe ki hoito Kemone dhorito de Jadi Goranga Nohito Tabe ki hoito Kemone dhorito de Madhura Vrinda Vipino Madhuri Prabesha Chaturi Saro Madhura Vrinda Vipino Madhuri Prabesha Chaturi Saro Baro Jajuvati Bhavero Bhakati Baro Jajuvati Bhavero Bhakati Shakati hoito karo Shakati hoito karo Yau puno puno Gaurangero guno Sarolo hoiyamo Gau puno puno Gaurangero guno Saralo hoiyamo E bhava sagare Amono doyal E bhava sagare Emono doyal Na dekhi je ko jano Na dekhi je ko jano Gaurango bolia Nagenu golia Kemone dhorinu de Gaurango bolia Nagenu golia Kemone dhorinu de Norohariya Pashano diya Norohariya Pashano diya Kemone goriyache Kemone goriyache O jadi Gaurango nohito Tabe ki hoito Kemone dhorito de Jadi Sachinandan Jai Gaura Hari Jai Sachinandan Jai Gaura Hari. Oh Gaura Hey, Gaura Hey, Gaura Hey, Gaura Hey, Hey Gaura Hey, Gaura Hey, Gaura Hey. Shri Sachinandana Gaura Hari Ki Jai. Dandavat Pranam Raghav Prabhu. I hope you are feeling well. Jai Gaur. I think Gaurang Gera Duti Pada. Would you sing it? I'll play it on here if you want. For Gurudev.
It just has to be low. I can't hit those notes in my old age.
Okay.
Actually, today I was listening to a beautiful lecture from Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj, and it was called Radha Prem Makes Krishna Mad, and he started with singing this bhajan actually.
Gauranga Duti Pada.
Gauranga Duti Pada. He sang this first, and then Kotai Go Premamoy. But on another note, I was wondering, Raghava Prabhu, if you were there during that lecture, because whenever I hear the kirtans, I always just think I hear your voice there.
I see you playing the mridanga.
It's like, oh my gosh, it's Raghava, he's there.
Were you there for that? Radha Prem Makes Krishna Mad?
Or for the Nityananda Prabhu, Trayodasi Kirtan, were you
When he
there?
was, when Maharaj was bouncing literally like 2 feet off of his seat?
I'm so lovingly jealous.
Gaurangera Duti Pada Jara Dhana Sampada. He was there. Was that you playing the drum?
I knew I could hear you. I knew it. How did everybody know all of those even sort of very hidden and obscure shlokas and songs that he would sing? Did you like know ahead of time and have a list, or you just listened and repeated? Like, how did you do that? I was really wondering today, like, how does everybody know? How does everyone know? And you know, when you watch some of the lectures, maybe only one person knows, and you would see him and his eyes would roll up and he would be listening and he would point like, yes. And then it was just like everybody would start singing it. Ah, amazing.
That was him playing mridanga.
Oh.
Good mridanga.
I knew it was you. I was cooking today and I was hearing it 3 times, the lecture. And I just kept thinking, Raghava Prabhu, I hear you.
If any of you ever get a chance to hear that lecture, Radha Prem Makes Krishna Mad, it is mind-blowingly amazing. It is through the roof, just awesome beyond awesome, by Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj.
Incomparable. Okay.
So page 74 by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. Our Srila Gurudev, whenever he would ask Sudevi to sing this bhajan, every other bhajan he wanted us to sing each line once, and then he would also hurry it up. This one, he would look at her, first he would call her up, and then he would just say this. He would hold up 2 fingers, it means sing each line twice. Then he would close his eyes, and he would do that thing with his fingers. You know how you do that? But really meditating. And he wanted it slow, and twice, and long, and meditative and deep. Very powerful bhajan, this one. Gaurangera Duti Pada Jaradhana Sampada. That person for whom the 2 lotus feet of Sri Gauranga are his wealth and property knows the essence of bhakti rasa. That person for whom the sweet pastimes of Gauranga have entered the ears is pure in heart. Within one who takes Gauranga's holy names, prema arises. I heartily glorify such a person. To one whose eyes stream tears in appreciation of Gauranga's transcendental qualities, the divine couple's eternal pastimes become manifest. Such a person is qualified for bhakti. One who reveres Gauranga's personal associates as eternally perfected souls, goes to the transcendental abode of Brajendra Sutta, a son of the king of Braj, one who knows the land of Sri Gaura Mandal to be spiritual touchstone, achieves residence in the land of Braj. One who dives into the waves of the ocean of Gaur Prem becomes a confidential associate of Sri Sri Radha Madhava. Whether a person lives in his home as a householder or in the forest as a renunciant, if he exclaims, Ha Gauranga, Narottam Das begs for his association. How come?
Ha Gauranga!
If he's begging for, I want his association. Ha Gauranga! You want me to play harmonium? Or do you want tampura?
I don't know. Just, yeah, tampura.
Okay.
Rudragupta, actually, I was in my 20s then when Srila Gurudev was asking me to sing so high. I'm almost 50. And the voice changes.
36.
Everything changes, and I just don't have that capability like I did when I was young. So I can't sing like that. But he always used to tell me to sing really high.
Really high.
Actually, Kishori Mohan Prabhu would say I sounded like a Bengali boy, a little Bengali boy.
Hold on.
Will you help me if I need it?
Let me see if I can. You can do it.
You just help me, okay?
Se jane bhakti raso sa Je Gaurangir Namolo jai brojendra sutopa Shri Gaura Shri Gaura Mandala Bhumi Jeba Jane Chintamani Otaro hoy braja bhume va Setarange je baruve Se Radha Madhava Antaranga O Se Radha Madhava Antaranga Grihe Baba Ha Gauranga Grihe Vavonite Thake Ha Gaurango Bole Rake Grihe Vavonite Thake Ha Gaurango Bole Rake Narottama Mage Taro Sangha Jardhana Sampada Sejane Bhagati Rasasa O Sejane Bhagati Rasasa Jai Sachi-Nandan Jai Gaura Hari Jai Sachi-Nandan Jai Gaura Hari Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Shri Sachi-Nandana Gaura Hari Ki Jai. Oh, I have a mic on me. So there's so many more Gaur bhajans that we want to sing, but maybe we will sing them if there's time in between what we will be speaking, because it's already 7 o'clock our time, and we still have to sing something for Krishna, otherwise Mahaprabhu will not be satisfied. And then we need to sing something about Srimati Radhika, otherwise Mahaprabhu won't be satisfied. Neither will Krishna, neither will our Gurudev. And we must chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra, otherwise none of them, including ourselves, will be satisfied. So, Jai Radha Madhava, Hare Krishna. Okay, I don't know what page Jai Radha Madhava is on. I'm closing the book for that. You can find the page for those who need it or want it. Jai Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopi Janavallabha, Jaya Girivaradhari, Jaya Girivaradhari. Jaya Gopi Janavallabha, Jaya Girivaradhari, Jaya Girivaradhari. Jaya Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana, Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana, Jamuna Tiravana Chari, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Oh Jaya Jamuna Tiravana Chari, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, oh Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Krishna 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 He, Krishna 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 He, Krishna 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 He, Ram Raghav Ram Raghav Ram Raghav Rakshama, Ram Raghav Ram Raghav Ram Raghav Rakshama, Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Pahima, Bolo Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Pahima. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, oh Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Shrinitai Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Shri Gurudev ki jai, Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Rupanuga Gauriya Guru Varga ki jai, Patit Pavan Shri Nityananda Prabhu ki jai, Prem Purushottam Shachinandana Gaura Hari ki jai, Shri Gaur Purnima Maha Mahotsava ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Vinu Bihari Ju ki jai, Hare Krishna Maha Mantra ki jai, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Shri Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktāya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namah Ajnanatimidandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Nama Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namine Nama Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratvishe Namah Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Giring Yat Kripatamaham Vande Shri Gurung Dinatarinam. First of all, I offer my Dandavat Pranam thousands of times in the dust of the lotus feet of our beloved Gurudev, Nitya Lila Pravishta Vishnupad, Ashto Tarashat Shri Srimad Shri Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And the same thousands of Dandavat Pranam in the dust of the lotus feet of Nitya Lila Pravishta Vishnupad, Ashto Tarashat Shri Srimad Shri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and to all of our Rupanuga Gauriya Guru Varga, and especially on this day, the day of the appearance of Sri Shachinandan Gaura Hari, Sri Gaur Purnima Maha Mahotsava, by the medium of our Gurudev Vaishnavas Nityananda Prabhu, we are offering our everything at the lotus feet of Sri Shachinandan Gaura Hari. Prem Purushottam Sri Shachinandan Gaura Hari ki jai. And to all Vaishnavas, past, present, and future. Did I already say to our Rupanuga Gauriya Guru Varga?
I think you just did, and then you went to...
And to all Vaishnavas, past, present, and future, including all of you who are present with us today, I offer my Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam, dear Vaishnavas, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Sham.
Gaura hai.
Gaura hai.
So today is the most amazing day. The anniversary of the appearance of the personification of Prem. The murti, the form of the love of Radha and Krishna descending in this world. For many reasons, but for us, to give us mercy, to give us an opportunity to awaken Prem for the lotus feet of Shri Shri Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. Very rare, very, very miraculous, very amazing opportunity. Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratvashe Namaha. We offer pranam to his lotus feet. Who is that person? The most magnanimous personality who is freely distributing Krishna Prem to everyone. His name? Krishna Chaitanya. Again and again we are offering our heart, our heads, our everything at his lotus feet. So before I go any further, I would like to call on Sudevi to come forward and share what she has heard from Srila Gurudev and our Vaishnavas on the topic of Sri Shachinandan Gaura Hari. Yeah, but you're going to sit here. Yes, really. Okay, come. not grabbing. There we go.
Okay.
1 minute. I'm gonna open curtains. Keep your eye on the mirror. See if it goes off.
Okay. My sweet pranam to all of the Vaishnavas. I did my Mangalacharna with Kishori Mohan Prabhu, so I'm not going to do it again. Today I was remembering Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, and I was reading from him actually a while ago when it was Janmashtami. And he was saying that on Janmashtami night he heard that at midnight Krishna will be born. Aja, the unborn, will be born in the heart of his dear devotee. And so he went to the Gaudiya Mat, and he went upstairs very close to the room of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And sitting there, he was feeling and thinking, maybe some of that influence will come on me. So his mood was to try to be very close to the Vaishnava, to Srila Saraswati Thakur. Krishna is being born. So tonight is like that, it's the same. Mahaprabhu is appearing like the full moon from the womb of Mother Sachi. Like the full moon appears from the ocean, Gauranga is appearing, always and continuously in the heart of the Vaishnava. So it's so important that we stay very much in anugatya and under guidance. It means repeating what we have heard from our Guru Varg, not making anything up, not trying to make what is already absolute and perfect and complete something into a fantasy. So today, I read something beautiful from Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, and I'll bring it into that in a moment. Our Gurudev one time was telling one story, one Krishna Leela. He said one day, Krishna was walking through Nanda Baba's palace, his home, and as he was walking by, he stopped because he saw such an amazing sight. He looked and he saw a very, very beautiful, darkish complexioned boy. Looking at that boy, he became captivated and he smiled. Immediately, to his great happiness, he saw that that boy also smiled at him. He thought, oh, I've made a friend. He was holding a laddu in one hand, and he went toward that boy, and to his surprise, that boy was coming toward him. Krishna was so happy. Immediately he thought, oh, he's going to be my friend. I should give him something. So taking that laddu that was in his hand, he held it out to that beautiful new friend. To Krishna's delight, he saw that that beautiful boy was holding a laddu in his hand and also giving it to Krishna. Krishna thought, this is my best friend. And immediately he reached out and he embraced that boy. When he embraced that boy, he thought, what is this? He jumped back. He felt something cold and hard. And he looked and then he realized, oh, it's only my reflection. And off to the corner, Mother Yashoda was watching this, and she started laughing and laughing. At that time, Krishna ran to Mother Yashoda's lap, hid under her sari, and took Mother Yashoda's breast milk. So now I'm coming to Srila Sridhar Maharaj. But this created a mood in Krishna's heart. Oh, that boy was so beautiful. I wish I could know him. Srila Sridhar Maharaj said, at Imlitala, Krishna was sitting there feeling deep separation from Srimati Radhika. But he was thinking, in this entire creation, I am the source of all ananda, all happiness and joy, all bliss. It exists because of me, and it exists for me. But who is that personality that gives me the topmost ananda? Who is that? When I think deeply, Krishna is saying, when I really contemplate deeply on this subject matter, I find that it is only Srimati Radhika that actually gives me that pinnacle of bliss. My flute is famous throughout the 3 worlds. It's famous for calling my cows, my coward boyfriends, and especially my gopis. But I see, when I'm playing that flute, that attracts everyone. It reverses everyone's nature. Even Jamunaji, when she is flowing, when she hears the sound of my flute, she stops, she turns around. Even Jamunaji, she turns her course and she begins to flow toward me. When I'm playing that enchanting melody on my flute, even mountains and stones will melt. Even to this day, we go to those pastime places where we see Krishna's footprints and the footprints of the cows and the elephants and so many different of his beautiful parikars are melted in that stone because of his flute playing. But Krishna thinks, when she hears the sound of my flute, although she also is so attracted to it, she looks at me and says, I never want to see you again. And she turns and she walks in the opposite direction. That most precious thing, my flute, I drop it and I run after her and I beg her for forgiveness for I don't know what, but she completely controls and captivates me. He thought my body is more cooling than millions and millions of full moons. If anyone is suffering in a forest fire of separation from me, if they will call my name, if they will chant my own name, then I will soothe and cool their burning hearts. But I see, when my body is burning and I'm feeling deep separation, it is only her touch that can cool me. But this personality, who I am so mad for, who is so crazy for me, she is tasting 10,000 times more than me. How is this possible? How is it possible that I am the knower of everything? Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj says he is the knower of everything. And yet he doesn't know this. He doesn't know. He said, I hope I can remember it correctly. There are 3 things. He said, because Radha pray makes Krishna mad. He's contemplating what is it in her that she is tasting that makes me so mad. What is that?
He said millions and millions times.
He said she is tasting millions and millions of times more than me. But I am the taster of all Ananda. I am Atmaram and I am Aptakam. I am that person who is omniscient. I am the autocrat. But yet she is tasting more than me. He said there are 3 things that make somebody become completely mad, like a crazy person. He said 1 is if they don't have sufficient knowledge of something and they're thinking of it and thinking of it, but they can't reach any kind of conclusion. They become obsessed. This makes them mad. He said the second is that they don't have the capacity. And he gave the example of like a 60-watt light bulb. He said if you try to put a
220
volt
into a 60-watt light bulb,
then what will happen? It will explode.
We've witnessed these happening in India.
So he said like this, Krishna doesn't have the capacity. He has no capacity for it, so he can't understand it. And the third thing is if you desire something. What?
You have a mic here.
Is it too loud?
I don't know. I'm just listening.
Am I too loud?
What is the third thing that makes someone mad?
Is if they are constantly thinking of something. They become obsessed.
So that was the first one.
No, that was that they don't have sufficient fund of knowledge.
Oh, okay.
He said if they're ignorant of something. But he's like, these don't apply to Krishna because he's complete, he's full. He has everything and yet he becomes mad. And then he started singing, Kotai go premamai radhe radhe.
Kotai go
You sing it.
Radhe radhe. Dekha diya prana ko radhe radhe. Dekha diya prana ko radhe radhe. Kotai
Go premamai radhe. he's going to Radha Kund. Oh, Radhe, Radhe, where are you? Without you, I will die. Then he goes to Shamakund. Radhe, Radhe, where are you? He said if he sees that she has walked and her footprints, her footlack is left in the dust, then he'll roll in that dust and smear it all over his body. Is this not mad? Is this not mad? Think about it. If we saw someone that was madly in love, this is obviously perverted reflection, but madly in love and obsessed, and they were smearing themselves with the dust of someone, we'd be like, what's going on? But this is the supreme, absolute personality of Godhead. And he is rolling in the dust, crying for Srimati Radhika, his own Hladini Shakti, his bliss and pleasure potency, crying for her, wanting to be with her. He said, Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj said, he'll stay in a tree all night because he's afraid of Jatila, the mother-in-law of Srimati Radhika. He calls like a cuckoo, and she comes out and she's looking, where is that bird? Where is that sweet bird? But Krishna becomes afraid, and he stays there and he won't move. Is this not mad? Sometimes he will dress himself as the wife of a barber, and he will say, oh, Radhe, Radhe, I have some beautiful, some precious footlack for you. And then he said, do you know footlack? He said, red stuff. I have some beautiful, precious red stuff that you can put on your feet. Please come out and let me apply it to you. Is this not mad? Sometimes he will dress like the wife of a gardener, and he will bring so many flowers. Radhe, Radhe, please come out. I want to make a beautiful garland for you. Let me make a garland and put it around your neck, dressed as a female, as the wife of a barber.
No, the wife of a gardener.
As a wife of a gardener. He said sometimes when he sees that she is in Jamuna and she is taking bath there, he will run where Jamuna is going downstream from Srimati Radhika, and he will take bath in that place that has touched her own body. Is this not mad? Is this not madness? The Supreme Personality of Godhead, that Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, is becoming mad and obsessed for something he does not understand. What is that? Krishna is Bahunishta. He has no one-pointed focus. If anyone turns to him, he runs toward that person. I know we've said it so many times, but one time, after our Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, gave a lecture, and he was speaking about the one-pointed mood of Srimati Radha Thakurani, I was so excited. And I went to him after and I said, Srila Gurudev, does Krishna have that same one-pointed mood toward her? Gurudev, he made a face and he said, he wants to, but he can't. And then he said, not even one jiva, not even one jiva can he give up. And in that moment, I just thought, in the face of that kind of love, we count. A mosquito, a cockroach, a dog. We all count. We are part and parcel of Krishna. He is Bahunishta. He will go wherever there is love. When he is with his sakhas, he forgets everything. So much so that Mother Yashoda Maya has to scare him to come home. Oh, how we low, how we low. How we and low, it means two boogeymans are there, Hobby and Low, and they're going to get you. Krishna still is, I'm not afraid of Hobby and Low. And then finally she starts to run away, pretending she's afraid. They're coming, and Krishna runs home. And then he's in the lap of his mother. He forgets his sakhas. He forgets everything. He only knows, I am Yashoda Nandan. I am Nanda Nandan. But he himself is taking that pulse and seeing, really and truly, in the face of all of that love, in the love of all of the Brajabasis, those personalities that actually made me become a thief. Krishna doesn't think it's his fault. They're churning butter, churning yogurt and singing his name, so they're calling me. How is it my fault? In the face of all of that love, all of that parental mood, sakya mood, friendship mood, what is the one thing that he doesn't really and truly understand? The nature of the love of Srimati Radhika. He understands that in the face of that love, I know nothing. This personality, who I am so crazy for, she is even more crazy for me. When she hears the wind blow through a bamboo forest, she thinks it's my flute calling her, and she runs toward that bamboo forest. When she sees that night is descending and it's becoming dark, she reaches out and tries to embrace the night. When she sees a very tall, dark tamal tree, she thinks it's me. Sometimes she begins to chastise it. Sometimes she even embraces it. What is it in me that has made her so mad? What is she tasting? What is the greatness of her love that makes me become a beggar of prem, a beggar of the mood of love in her heart? I want to know what it is like to love me in the mood of Srimati Radhika, in the mood of my own most dearest beloved. What is it like? What is the greatness of her love? What is the sweetness she tastes upon realizing that love? Wanting to understand these most excellent moods in the heart of Srimati Radhika, Krishna descended to this world in Kali Yuga, wanting to understand what it is like to love himself. And this is actually proof of the greatness of Srimati Radhika. This is actually her victory statement. The fact that she has completely covered Sri Krishna in her mood, in her armor, in her protective coating of love and affection that Krishna himself can't understand. That is her victory flag, that Krishna came as a beggar after the mood in her own heart. Will you say something about Sri Radhaya Pranaya Mahima?
I was mesmerized hearing that katha. So Devi was just telling how Krishna is Vishaya Vigraha, the supreme enjoyer. That's his nature. And Srimati Radhika's nature is Ashray. She has nothing to take but everything to give. That's why Krishna can't understand her.
He has everything to take.
His nature is to enjoy. He is Vishai Bhagavan, the supreme enjoyer. And the proof of it is, he's like, hey, wait a second. I'm God. I'm the Supreme Lord. I'm supposed to be the enjoyer and taster of everything, but I see that by her loving me, she's enjoying millions and millions of times more. I want that. That's how he is. You know, like a mother playing with a toy, a kid is playing with a small ball and she's throwing a big ball in the air. He puts down the little one and runs for the one she's playing with. Krishna's looking at Radhika's experience and he wants it. I want that. I want to enjoy that. I want to taste that. What is it? How great is her love? I don't know that. Why? Because he doesn't know what it's like to love him. He knows what it's like to be loved by everyone. But to experience from the position of that person who is loving him, that's something foreign to him. So Shri Radhaya Pranaya Mahima Kidrishavana Eva Ashwadyo Yena Adbhuta Madhurima Kidrishavamadiya Sokyam Chasyam Mad Anubhavata Kidrisham Veti Lobhat Tadbhavadyam Samajani Shachigarva Sindo Harindu. Desiring to understand the greatness of her love. Shri Radhaya Pranaya Mahima. Pranaya means love and affection, and Mahima means greatness. How great is that love? I don't know this. I want to understand it. Ashvadyo. Ashvadan means to taste. To taste. Yena adbhuta madhurima kidrisho ba madhya. What is the wonderful sweetness in me? What is so wonderful about me that she is experiencing, about my love and affection? What is that wonderful thing that she experiences upon me loving her? I don't know that. Sokyam cha asya mad anubhavata kidrisham veti lobhat. And sokyam, what happiness? Sokyam, sukham. What happiness does she experience upon loving me? Mad anubhavata, my love and affection. What happiness does she experience upon loving me? Kidrisham veti lobhat. Desiring to understand these three things, these principal things. This is the main reason, the primary reason. According to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, there are primary and secondary reasons for the appearance of Krishna in this world. Primary, internal. Sometimes it's mentioned as internal and external. Primary, internal reason is Krishna's own personal reasonings. Desiring to understand these three things. The greatness of her love. What is it about him that she is experiencing when he loves her? What is the sweetness that she tastes, and what is the happiness she experiences? Desiring to taste these three things. Tad bhavadyam samajani shachigarba sindo harindu. Krishna appeared from the womb of Mother Shachi in Sri Navadip Dham, like the moon rises from the ocean. Such a beautiful, oh see, there's the full moon there behind him, rising from the ocean of transcendental bliss. So for those three reasons, those are his primary internal reasons for manifesting, for Krishna manifesting in that particular form. Is that it? You wanted to...
I thought you might do Sadhini Shakti Rasma.
Okay.
Radha Krishna Pranaya Vritti.
So Sudevi is asking me to mention something about Radha Tattva.
Just quickly.
Because it is also essential. Who is Srimati Radhika? Srimati Radhika is Ekatma, not different from Krishna. Actually, they are one soul. There's no difference between Radha and Krishna, according to Tattva. Just as there's no difference between fire, you cannot separate fire from its heat, or musk from its fragrance. There's no meaning to fire without heat, and there's no meaning to musk without fragrance. In the same way, there's no meaning to Krishna without Srimati Radhika, or Srimati Radhika without Krishna. Radha Purna Shakti, she's the complete potency. Krishna Purna Shaktiman, he's the complete possessor of all Shakti. Dvivastu, between these two transcendental personalities, Bhedanai, there is no difference. Shastra Paraman, according to all revealed scriptures. However, Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritir Hladini Shakti Rashmar Ekatma. Although they are one soul, they have eternally, this one soul has eternally separated for the purpose of experiencing pranay, the exchange of transcendental love and affection. Srimati Radhika and Prem Samput makes the comparison of a lotus flower, two lotus flowers. Here we have props.
They're not props, they're offerings.
Two lotus flowers coming out of one stalk. We are one Atma, but in two forms. One Atma in two forms. So Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikritir Ladini Shakti Rasmad Ekatma. They are one soul, manifested in two forms, as the Supreme Personality of enjoying everything and the Supreme Personality of fulfilling that enjoying capacity. Bishai tattva, ashray tattva. Right? If he's the supreme enjoyer, what is he enjoying? There must be something to feed that. So, Ananda Chinmaya Rasa Pratibhavitabis Tabirya Eva Nija Rupataya Kalabhi Goloka Eva Nivasatya Kilatma Bhuto Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Majami. From Krishna's own form manifests a beautiful transcendental form. That is Sri Radha. And she manifests so many forms similar to hers. For what purpose? To always increase Krishna's transcendental happiness and pleasure. Why? Bahukanta vinanahe rasera ulas. Without so many beloveds, rasa cannot reach its highest zenith, its highest point. So Srimati Radhika, she serves Krishna in all ways. So much so that through that service, Krishna is witnessing that she is experiencing millions and millions and millions of times more pleasure, more happiness than himself. Wanting to experience that pleasure, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj, he told us, because some people have this idea that Krishna stole the moods of Srimati Radhika. He said never, never and never. He could not steal her moods. He had to take shelter of her and beg her for her moods. So begging Srimati Radhika for those moods. What are you experiencing? Krishna had to take shelter of Srimati Radhika. Did you want to tell? Like Imritala? Okay, so, one second. So Krishna wanted to taste these moods of love and affection of Srimati Radhika, taking complete shelter of her. What you are experiencing, what you have, I want to taste that. I think you should come now.
Why would...
Because I think that I don't want to jump into what you might tell.
What might I tell?
We'll see. I'm leaving the mic here.
Stay with me.
I have to watch the...
So...
There's a mic.
So having this mood within his heart, Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj, Srila Gaura Govinda Goswami Maharaj, he said that just like if someone is making burfi or sweet rice, when you're cooking it down, it makes a sound, tup, 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 tup. And as you're cooking it down and condensing it, it's becoming more and more sweet and condensed, tup, 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 very, very thick. Then tapta kanchana gorangi radhe brindavaneshwari vrishabhanu sute devi pranamami hari priye. Meditating on Gaurangi, Krishna became Gauranga. Ki Jai! So I want to read something, if you don't mind. It's maybe slightly long, but this is actually telling what it was like at the time that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in the world. Like now we have so many devotees freaking out about, oh, we can't go on Harinam, or, you know, we're being stopped by the government or this or that. But I wanted to read what was really, really happening and the kind of oppression that was happening to the Hindus and the Vaishnavas at the time.
For context.
Yeah, so we can put it into context how much of a revolution Chaitanya Mahaprabhu created.
And that from which book?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is from Krishna Chaitanya, The Hidden Treasure of India, his life and his teachings. And this is from Vamandas, Walter Eidlitz, the Shiksha disciple of Sadananda Swami. This is really Sadananda Swami's book as well. And our
disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, the disciple from Germany.
And our Srila Prabhupada said that this is a very authoritative book. So, okay. The scene of action in India. The scene of action is India in the years 1486 to 1533. The major part of the country, which is a continent of its own, is dominated by the Muslims who have invaded the country from the northwest more than 300 years before. The rule of the Afghans was broken in 1526. The great Mughal, a descendant of Genghis Khan and Tamerlane, occupies the throne in Delhi. The Hindus suffer under severe oppressions. The undertone of all laws passed to their disadvantage is that all non-Muslims are enemies. The word zimmi for all those who are non-Mohammedans is an insult which implies absence of proper political rights, helplessness, and openness to attack. The Hindus are burdened with special poll taxes. They are not allowed to raise temples for their idols. They are not allowed to rebuild any of their temples destroyed by the Mohammedans. They are not allowed to dress themselves like Muslims. They are not allowed to adopt a name that resembles a Muslim name. They are not allowed to wear arms. They are not allowed to build their houses in the vicinity of any Muslim house. They are not allowed to bring their deceased anywhere near a Muslim cemetery. They are not allowed to openly mourn their dead. A Mohammedan who converts to Hinduism, and even propaganda for this kind of conversion, will be punished by death. So we know that this also happened to Srila Haridas Thakur, where they beat him in 22 marketplaces to kill him. And Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur says that actually a person could really only live through one, maybe at the most 2 marketplaces, being beaten like that. They beat him in 22 marketplaces because he couldn't give up chanting the holy names.
And he had come from a high-class
Muslim family,
yeah.
Yes. Even if these laws were not always strictly complied with in practice, because there was not a sufficient number of capable Mohammedan administrative officers at hand, the Hindus occasionally could assert some influence, I'm trying to read fast, by holding the position of a minister, a personal physician, a wealthy tax collector, etc. The Mohammedan rulers were always unpredictable. One always had to be prepared to meet pitiless frames of mind, degradation, and merciless jurisdiction. This was the situation in Bengal in the days of Chaitanya. The ruler at that time was the shrewd Hussain Shah, sometimes well-meaning, sometimes cruel. The Muslims despised the Hindus, and the Hindus despised the Muslims. The slightest contact was regarded as contamination, which resulted in the loss of one's caste. Some great Hindu states still existed: Pandya, Mathila, Medwar, Orissa, and Vijayanagar. The last 2 were powerful nations within the vast continent of India, in political power and wealth comparable to the present-day Germany or France in Europe. And in the West, there were still the partly independent places of the proud Rajputs. Most of the time, a war was raging between these countries, and even the Hindu states were at war with each other. While King Prataparudra of Orissa was engaged in a campaign against Vijayanagar, the Mohammedan ruler Hussain Shah. Hussain Shah is the one who Rupa and Sanatan Goswamis worked for when they were Dabir Kash and Shakar Malik. And actually they left his service. Sanatan Goswami refused to work with him, both because on the pretext of wanting to leave to be with Mahaprabhu, but also because Hussain Shah attacked Jagannath Puri.
Sanatan Goswami was his prime minister, Rupa Goswami was his private secretary, and Anupam was his treasurer.
So these 3 brothers, Rupa, Sanatan, and Anupam, were all working for him. And we can also understand from reading this is that they had all actually lost their caste.
Even though they had come from very high class Bharadwaj Brahmin backgrounds.
So this means that any Hindus that would come near them would be like, oh, don't touch me, don't come near me, I don't want to be near you. Just being near you, I will lose my caste, my standing in society. So then Hussein Shah crossed the border in the north and advanced to the sacred city of Puri. He destroyed and defiled the temples and desecrated the images of God. The Jagannath Deity was hidden in the depth of a lake by the priests. All this forms the background of the Leela of Krishna Chaitanya on earth. So this actually goes on for quite a long time, but I just wanted to give that is kind of a context, an understanding of what kind of condition the world was in, especially Bengal at that time. We know that also it was the time for the Lord to come and to spread the Yuga Dharma, but really he descended for his own internal purposes, one of which is the call of Sri Advaita Acharya. That's an external.
It's an
internal, external, yes.
External.
Sri Advaita Acharya was seeing the plight of humankind, seeing not only that people were oppressed, but that the Hindus, the Brahmins, they also weren't actually following their religious principles. Everything was about marriages. Everything was about gaining knowledge, but nothing was about bhakti. So what was the point of being a Brahmana, Bhattacharya, or any of these designations? They were not using them to fulfill the human purpose of life. So the Vaishnavas were becoming very despondent and feeling very bad. Advaita Acharya tried to console them and said, "Don't worry. I'm going to call the Lord very soon. You will see that he will appear, or my name is not Advaita Acharya." So he began to fast, and all the Vaishnavas became worried. Advaita Acharya was known throughout the land and far beyond, that he was known as being the topmost of Vaishnavas. And so everybody referred to him. What do we do? Where do we go? How should we engage in the practice of bhakti? And they would all meet in his home. So Advaita Acharya began to fast. And he began to offer prayers, roaring prayers to Krishna. He was offering Ganga Jal, and he was offering Tulsi Devi, Tulsi Manjaris, and he was praying and crying for the Lord to appear. To Shalagram, so much so that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said that the throne in Vaikuntha began to shake. Krishna realized, now is the time to fulfill my own thing and also to deliver everyone. So that beautiful Sri Krishna of Braj, this is unprecedented. In every Kali Yuga, there is an avatar of Mahaprabhu, but not Braj Krishna.
You said of Mahaprabhu.
Of
Bhagavan.
Of Bhagavan. That spreads the Yuga Dharma, That spreads the Yuga Dharma, but not necessarily Krishna from Vrindavan. In this Kali Yuga, this is why it is Dhanya Kali Yuga. It is fortunate. When do we hear that Kali Yuga is fortunate? Most of the time we hear it's really bad. You want to get out as soon as possible. But in this Kali Yuga, even in Srimad Bhagavatam, we hear that the demigods are saying, "Oh, I also want to be born in this Kali Yuga." Why? Because so easy the process to actually free oneself from this material samsara, this repetition of birth, disease, old age, and death is so easy to overcome. Just by chanting the holy names of the Lord. But what did Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, what did he do? He came to this world and imbued that Maha Mantra with prem, Braja Prem, that can actually awaken within us the mood to serve Krishna in Braja, in Vrindavan. So hearing the call of Mahaprabhu, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared.
Hearing the call of Advaita Acharya.
What did I say?
Mahaprabhu.
I'm so sorry. Hearing the call of Advaita Acharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared from the womb of Mother Sachi, just as the moon appears from the ocean. On the night that he appeared, it was Rahu.
Full moon and a lunar eclipse as well.
So it is said that everyone thought, oh no, this is inauspicious, it's not good. So everyone began to chant the holy names, Hari, Hari, Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. They were chanting. Those even who didn't normally chant began to chant. They were chanting, and all were bathing in the Ganga. The women were, they were ululating? Ululating.
Just call it ulu.
Ulu, ulu, ulu. This is an auspicious sound. It brings auspiciousness. At that time, when this conjunction was happening and everyone was chanting the holy names, Sachinandan, Gaura Sundar, appeared from the womb of Mother Shachi. It is said that when he was born, his mother, his father, and everyone was completely enchanted by him. He was so extraordinary and so beautiful. His grandfather, Nilambar Chakravarti, came and he actually saw the symptoms of Bhagavan in this child. He began to do his chart and he saw, he is the King of Kings. That's what it said in this book. He is the King of Kings. He is the most astonishing personality. He even saw within his chart that he would take sannyas, but he didn't say it because for the family it would be a horror. Sachimata, before Nimai was born, before Gaura Sundar was born, she had 8 daughters who died right after they were born. But before that, she had one son, 12 or 13 years earlier, whose name was Vishwarup. He was like Baladev Prabhu, first providing a platform, like the holy dham within the womb of Sachi Devi before Krishna appears. Just like the holy dham is Baladev Prabhu, every way in which he can serve, he does. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had an older brother, Vishwarup. When Mahaprabhu was born, everyone began to celebrate. It is said that all of the devas, they began to beat their kettle drums. They were showering flowers. And the Devis, the demi-goddesses, they wanted to see this child so badly that they were actually dressing up in like Bengali attire and coming in and taking darshan of this beautiful Nimai. The name that he was given at birth from Nilambar Chakravarti, his grandfather, was Vishvambar. But the name that the ladies gave him was Nimai. Because, first of all, it is said that even death won't go near a neem tree.
Why?
Because it's so bitter. And also because Sachimata had had so many previous children that had died upon birth, they thought if we name him something bitter, then it will keep all inauspiciousness away. It is said that like witches and spirits and demon-like ghosts won't come near a neem tree. So they said to scare them away, we should call him Nimai, which is what everyone began to call him as a child, Nimai. This Nimai was absolutely stunning. It is said that when he had his first grain ceremony and they laid all of the beautiful things out that he could choose from, we know that this is one of the sanskars. They had gold and silver, then they had like rice paddy, they had earth, and then they had Srimad Bhagavatam. It is said that he immediately grabbed Srimad Bhagavatam and held it to his heart, and everyone began to rejoice. Oh, he will be a scholar, he will be a scholar. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said that even at that very time he was showing that Srimad Bhagavatam was his very heart. And who is the essence of Srimad Bhagavatam? Radhe, 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 Radhe. Is everywhere, in every page, in every line of every verse. So Nimai was quite a naughty child. It is said that he would go from house to house and he would steal. Why? All of the mothers in those houses, just like in Braj, they all thought, oh, Sachimata feeds him so nicely and he's always given such satisfactory and beautiful prasad. Will he ever come and take from my home? They loved this beautiful Nimai even more than their own children. They couldn't stop thinking of him. So naturally, he had to reciprocate with them. So we would go to their houses and he would steal foodstuffs from them. And if he didn't find anything, he would break things. He was very, very naughty Nimai, they would say, naughty Nimai. He was such that when he would cry, nothing would stop him from crying from the time he was born. If he would throw a tantrum, they couldn't understand how to make the child stop. Does he have colic? Is something wrong with him? And then out of fear, oh, Hari, Hari, please save my child. And immediately he stopped crying, hearing his own name being chanted. Finally, they realized that when they would chant the names of the Lord, that he would become happy and stop crying. Sometimes he would throw a tantrum. Oh, I want the moon. Give me the stars in the moon. Give me that bird that's flying. And if nobody could catch the moon for him, he would throw himself on the ground and begin rolling in the dust and throwing a tantrum and screaming. They would begin chanting, Hari, Hari, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. He would forget his tantrum and he would get up and he would start dancing. They would give him sandesh. In Braj, Krishna would get a laddu. In Bengal, in Navadweep, in Mayapur, they would give him sandesh and a piece of banana. And he would take that and then he would taste it and give it to the ladies who would feel supreme joy and bliss. Finally, when it was time for Nimai to start learning and going to school, he had another sanskar. He had his Brahminical ceremony where they gave him the Brahmin thread, where they shaved his head and gave him a shika. And they also pierced his ears. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur writes in the purport why the ears are pierced at that time. He said, when the ears are pierced during this particular sanskar, it means that they're opening the ears, they're putting some gold there and they're opening it so all knowledge can enter there. It's like a sanskar. Now your ears, an impression, now your ears are open, they're awake to knowledge. So at that time, it is said that he took the form of Vamandev, this beautiful young Nimai, carrying an umbrella in a water pot and some grass or a stick. He was going from door to door begging from all of the Navadweep Basis, oh, please give me alms, give me alms. Everyone was just completely amazed by his beauty. Actually, I forgot one thing I wanted to tell because it's so adorably sweet. Actually, two things. Ooh, it's getting late. One is that one time when he was about 2 or 3 years old, one Brahmin happened to come to the house of Jagannath Mishra. So it is said in Shastra that if an invited guest comes to the home, then it's like Indra coming, the king of the Devas, and you should serve him like that. But if an unannounced guest comes, what to speak of a true Brahmin? If an unannounced guest comes to your home, then you should see that it is like Lord Narayan, the Lord himself has come. So this pure-hearted Brahmin came to the house of Jagannath Mishra. Jagannath Mishra and Shachi Devi were so happy to have this Brahmin come to their house and bless their darling Nimai. He said, oh, please make yourself comfortable. I will prepare everything in the kitchen and you can cook something for yourself. At that time, even certain caste Brahmins didn't eat from other caste Brahmins. So the thing that they did without asking questions was they prepared the kitchen and that Brahmin would go and just cook for themselves so things didn't become awkward. So they prepared, Mother Shachi prepared the kitchen and that Brahmin went and he made all of his beautiful preparation for his Laddu Gopal. He was in the mood of Vatsalya Prem and he served Laddu Gopal. So when he was done cooking and he had made so many preparations and rice, he put it down and he began to chant his Gopal mantra. As he was chanting that mantra, what should happen? He opened his eyes and he saw this golden, beautiful baby Nimai smiling at him and looking directly at him. As he's looking at him, shocked, Nimai takes the rice and begins to eat it, smiling. The Brahmin started calling, oh, it is lost, it is lost, it is ruined. Jagannath Mishra, Sachimata came running. What happened? "Oh, your son, he ate the offering that was meant for Gopal. It seems I must fast today." Jagannath Mishra became upset. He began to run after Nima. "I will beat you, I will spank you." The Brahmin stopped him and said, "Oh, you're an educated man. He's a child. Everyone knows that ignorant people and children should not be punished. They don't know better. Don't be like this. It's okay." He said, "It's very rare that I eat rice. It's no problem. Bring me some roots and fruits and I will be happy with that." Jagannath Mishra put his head down. It's very inauspicious if you have a guest come to your home and they don't accept something. So always you give water, you give some kind of foodstuffs, mahaprasadam, something. Even our internet guy, if he comes, we always give him water, we give him something. And now he always is like, "My water." He doesn't want anything, he always just asks, "Give me my water." So finally, Jagannath Mishra, he petitioned the beautiful Brahmin, "Please, please, I'm begging you, cook again." It was getting late, but he said, "Okay, I'll cook again." So Shachimata prepared the kitchen. The Brahmin went in and cooked. This time, Jagannath Mishra said to Shachimata, "Take him to the neighbor's house and keep him there." Going to the neighbor's house, the ladies were saying, "Oh, you're so naughty. Why did you do that? Why did you take the offering that was meant for Gopal?" Mahaprabhu or Nimai was saying, "Why? He was calling me, so I ate it. I did nothing wrong." And they started chastising him, and he was just smiling with a little bit of arrogance. "I've done nothing wrong." Finally, the Brahmin finished. He sat down and he began to chant his Gopal mantra. At that time, while he was feeding his Lala Gopal, what happened? He should open his eyes and see Nimai again, standing in front of him, looking at him, smiling so sweetly, and again, eating the rice. "Oh, it's lost, it's lost. Again, this child has ruined everything." Jagannath Mishra came, he said, "What have you done?" He started running after Nimai again, and again the Brahmin stopped him. "No, please stop, it's okay. I don't need to eat anything. Bring me some fruits, I'm happy with that." Jagannath Mishra just sat with his head down. He was so upset and disappointed. And at that moment, Vishvarup came into the house. Seeing Vishvarup, this Brahmin became completely charmed. He saw Nimai as just a naughty boy because Nimai wasn't revealing himself. But when he saw Vishvarup, his heart became blissful. Vishvarup said to him, "Oh, please, I'm begging you, make us happy and please try to cook once more." The Brahmin said, "You know, I live in the forest. I never eat rice and things like this. I'm accustomed to eating roots and fruits. It's already about midnight. I am happy. Please just give me that." Vishvarup pleaded with him, "Please, for our benefit, for our welfare, will you do it?" And becoming charmed by Vishvarup, he relented. He said, "Okay, I'll try one more time." At that time, they had Nimai locked in the room. Jagannath Mishra was sitting outside the room and Nimai was asleep. At that time, he called his Yogamaya potency and everyone fell asleep except the Brahmin. The Brahmin went and he sat down and he began to chant his Gopal mantra, unseen by anyone, because Nimai, he is the Lord in the heart. He hears himself being called. What can he do? He has to reciprocate. So he came forward and again he started to eat the rice and was looking at the Brahmin. The Brahmin started to call out, "Again, aho, aho, he's done it again." But everyone was in very deep sleep and no one was coming to his rescue. Nimai was just smiling at him and said, "Why do you keep calling me if you don't want me to eat it?" The Brahmin was looking at him like, "I don't understand." At that time, Nimai, smiling so beautiful, showed an 8-armed form. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said at first he showed 4 arms, 4 arms showing like Narayan. He was carrying a mace, a chakra, a padma, a lotus flower, and a conch shell. And then those arms disappeared because they're not so sweet as those other 4 arms that came out. 2 hands were playing a flute, and 1 hand was holding a pot, and another hand was eating butter. Seeing this, the Brahmin fainted. Mahaprabhu Nimai touched the Brahmin, and the Brahmin awoke. And again he started to cry, seeing his beloved Lord. Nimai said, I have come at this time to relieve the world of its burden, to inaugurate Sankirtan. But because you are my very near and dear one, I wanted to show myself to you. Do you not remember me? In every Leela you are with me. Do you not remember? This same Leela took place in the house of Nanda Baba. You were also with me there. And the Brahmin was weeping and in complete astonishment. Then Nimai said, don't tell anyone about what you saw, or I'll have to kill you. He was a little boy, but he didn't want anyone to know. He didn't want, everyone talking about he is Bhagavan. He came also to taste something. If everyone was putting peacock feathers on him and calling him Krishna, then he wouldn't be able to relish his own internal purpose. So he only let those who would allow him to relish his own internal moods understand who he is. They didn't cross that boundary, whereas general people may. So he would say, don't tell anyone or I'll have to kill you. Did you want to say something?
I just wanted to add that this is the power of, the real power
of mantra. Sit here, you can be seen.
Oh, you're gonna... So this is the real power. It's okay, they can hear me fine. That's the real power of mantra. If you are chanting your mantras properly, the mantra is actually the sound form of a person. And so the person, the personality of that mantra should appear. That is what the mantra is saying. I'm meditating upon you. Please manifest before me, manifest in my heart. There is dhimahi, which means meditate, and prachodayat, which means manifest. This is mantra. So he was chanting his mantra purely. And so it didn't matter where Nimai was. Every time, Nimai would show up in front of him.
Even with locked doors.
Even through locked doors and being kept in another house and everything. He was there. And this happened also once with our Srila Gurudev. Can you tell it? It's Australia, right?
Yes, it was Braja Kishori Didi from Australia. I think she told this during the centennial. But she was saying that one day she needed to use the bathroom and it was being used. So she realized, it's time to chant my mantras. So she sat down on a chair outside the bathroom door and she just began to chant her mantras. As she was chanting her mantras, all of a sudden she felt this kind of bop on the head. And she opened her eyes and she's like, Gurudev! It was Gurudev. And Gurudev laughed and he said, why are you so surprised? You called me. You're calling me. So we should have this faith in our mantras that Guru, Gauranga, that Sri Krishna is present there. And that the Ishtadev of our mantra is sitting there. Gurudev said, in our hand. This is why we keep it closed tightly and we hide it. And we keep it very close to our heart. We take very savdhan, very great care in our mantras. We should.
He told you that at the time of initiation, right? Yeah.
When I was given Diksha, he was teaching me how to count and I was doing this. I was going 1, 2, 3. He said, yes, but don't count. And I was like, okay. And so I was doing this and then he grabbed my hand. Can you see? He grabbed my hand and he held it. He said, keep it tight. Keep it closed and cupped. He said, so that mercy doesn't fall through. Hold it tight into your heart and you chant like this. So.
Nice. There was another one you wanted to
So that Brahmin actually ended up staying in Navadvip and going from house to house, but yet he would come every evening to see Nimai, his beloved Lord Gopal. I guess you would say Gaur Gopal or Gaur Govinda. So then, the other one that I just thought was so sweet One day, Sachi Mata had cooked lunch. Oh, by the way, Oi is a nickname of Shachi Devi. And it is said, I don't know if it's in Chaitanya Bhagavat or Chaitanya Charitamrita, that if you say this, Oi, if you say this, then you get Sukriti, Bhakti Sukriti. Isn't that just absolutely amazing?
And your material samsara is cut.
And your material samsara is cut. You know, you hear like Jewish people say, Ay, vey, like that. I always hear that and I'm like, wow!
Also Australia, South Africa, oi.
Oi, yeah.
Oi.
So merciful. So, Oi, Sachi Mata told young Nimai, so beautiful young boy, about 2 or 3 years old, go to the house of Advaita Acharya and tell your elder brother to come for lunch. Advaita Acharya was there. At first, Vishwarup had come, and I thought this was very extraordinary. Vishwarup came and he began to explain Bhagavatam, and the essence of everything was bhakti. And Advaita Acharya left the service of Thakurji and went to embrace Vishwarup. Vishwarup is also like Baladev Prabhu. And it is said that you never leave the worship of your Thakurji unless it is Guru who is arriving. And so I thought that was beautiful because even Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur reaffirmed that point in his purport. He left the worship of his Thakurji to go and to embrace and welcome Vishwarup.
But for anyone else, it's considered seva.
Seva aparad, yes. Just like Harinam, we heard in the recent past how Narottam Das Thakur had left his Harinam to serve a general person. Harinam is Thakurji. This mantra is non-different from Krishna, from Radha and Krishna Jugal. It is the Prem Murti. This is everything for us. So by instructing us, Narottam left to show that this was a seva aparad in general, probably not for us, because our Harinam is probably full of all kinds of crazy things. But if we are chanting the holy names and trying to really internally connect with Guru and Gauranga and the holy name itself, Krishna, then to just haphazardly leave it is considered an offense.
So if you're chanting your japa, Harinam, and Facebook goes ding, and you stop to look at whatever it is that's dinging, then that's like Namaparat.
Yeah, well, yeah. It would be like...
Leading the service of Krishna to serve...
I would say a seva aparad,
Oh.
serving the holy name. It would be an offense, if you're trying to connect there and the Lord or Gurudev is hearing your calling and your prayer and oh, wait a minute, someone liked my post. This won't work. So Nimai goes into the house of Advaita Acharya. They're all speaking about Krishna. All are there. Srivas Acharya, Murari Gupta, so many of the Lord's eternal parikar, they're there. And everyone stops and looks at this beautiful golden naked boy. He was naked with dust of Mayapur, like 2 or 3.
Wow.
You see that even here in Vrindavan, especially the little boys and little girls.
In the villages.
They just have a black string around their waist, under their stomachs because they have fat stomachs. You just see they have these little black strings for protection, and they're just completely naked, or sometimes they just wear a shirt and they run around naked. Very dusty children. So Nimai came into the assembly like that. He was so happy to see his devotees, but none of them recognized him. He was glancing at all of them, smiling, and everyone stopped. At that time, he said, Bhaiya, oh brother, mother is calling. It's time for lunch. Come with me. So we began to pull on the arm of Vishwarup. Vishwarup got up and started walking, and little Nimai was holding on to his dhoti and looking at all the devotees smiling. When they left, everyone was stunned. In the book Krishna Chaitanya, it says that they stopped talking about Krishna. They couldn't even speak about Krishna anymore. They were just stunned. They're like, was that child uncommonly beautiful? Or was it just me? And they began to only think about that beautiful Shachinandan. I thought that was just the most beautiful thing. At that time, Vishwarup heard his parents when he went home. They were talking about arranging his marriage. And in different places, at least the 4 places that I read today, it said he was 12 to 14 years old when he heard this. They arranged marriages early back then. Even our Gurudev was quite young, probably about 14 or 13 when his marriage was arranged, and that was maybe less than 100 years ago. So when Vishwarup heard this, he had settled in his heart, I'm leaving home, I'm leaving. And at that time he decided, I'm going. He left and he took sannyas, even though he was a Krishna bhakta through and through, and he was a pure devotee of Krishna. He took sannyas, what at that time was in like a Mayavad sect, and his name became Shankararanya. When Shachimata and Jagannath Mishra heard that he left and took sannyas, they were completely heartbroken. And at that time, Jagannath Mishra said, that's it. Even though Nimai, he learned everything so quickly. Within 3 days, he learned the whole alphabet. From the beginning, everything he heard, he retained and didn't need to be taught twice. From the beginning, he started challenging his teachers and other students. Navadvip Dham at that time was like the epicenter of knowledge, of nyayak, of gyan, of philosophy and debates. And everyone prided themselves on being able to debate and actually conquer one another in debate. Even the children would go to older children or their teachers and try to debate them. And this would make those gurus, those teachers, very, very pleased. And so Nimai was quite like this. He loved learning, and he loved it so much that he would always be with his books. But Jagannath Mishra said, no, if he becomes too intelligent, he'll find out that this world is full of misery, and he'll leave just like Vishwarup did. He should just be a fool. And Sachimata said, but who will marry him? Who will take care of him? Who will love him? How will he survive in the world? And Jagannath Mishra was saying, what is bound to come will come. Even though I have so much knowledge, I've been to school, look at how poor we are. We have almost nothing. He said, so even education doesn't mean that he'll have everything. Let him be a fool and let whatever is meant to come to him, come to him. Sachimata relented. Then Nimai displayed his pastime of Dattatreya. If you read about that, he begins to philosophize what is pure, what is impure. And you can read about it in Bhagavatam or Chaitanya Bhagavat. It's in a synopsis. But Mahaprabhu went to the place where there were all of these dirty pots. What did I say?
Mahaprabhu.
Oh, I thought I said Dvaitacharya again. Nimai went where all the pots that were cooked for, okay, so these are clay pots, and they cooked not on gas, they cooked on wood stoves. So even if you cook metal on a wood stove or cow dung, it becomes all black with soot. So Nimai went and he sat on all of these discarded pots. And all of the ladies were looking at him going, what are you doing? And they told his mother. Immediately Sachimata came and said, what are you doing? This is dirty. He's saying, what is dirty? What is clean? I don't know, I'm a fool. And then he said, anyway, if it's been utilized in the service of Krishna, how can it be dirty? Sachimata was quarreling back and forth with him. And Chaitanya Bhagavat explains that he looked like Krishna because he was so effulgent, but he was smeared in all of this blackness. He was so charming and beautiful. And he was saying, I'm unintelligent. I don't know anything because I can't go to school. How will I be able to distinguish right from wrong? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Sachimata began to pull him off of the pots, and his relatives and the ladies were saying, you should let him go to school. Why are you doing this to him? So then finally, they all went and beseeched Jagannath Mishra. And Sachi Devi herself said, you should see him. He loves studying so much. He doesn't think of anything else. He doesn't think of sannyas. So then he relented And then Nimai became what they call arrogant Nimai. Nimai became a pundit. And he became so arrogant. He used to walk through the streets, and he actually became the teacher.
He learned so fast.
He learned so fast. His teacher, Ganga, he was Sandipani Muni, but what was his name? Ganga?
Is he a Chakravarti?
No. Anyway, his teacher loved... No. His teacher loved that he was so advanced. He was challenging his teachers. He surpassed everyone. He was challenging the older boys, even actual scholars. Finally, he became a teacher of just primary grammar. But he would go and he would actually challenge those persons who were teaching really far advanced subjects and philosophies and all kinds of things that were way out of the element of someone teaching grammar, elementary grammar. But Mahaprabhu would go there and defeat everyone. He would also go to his devotees. He would walk with 4 or 5 of his students. It is said that he had beautiful black curly hair. His lips were reddish because of chewing bimba fruit, and his teeth were like chewing pan.
But they were red like bimba fruit, right?
And his teeth were like a row of beautiful pearls. His eyes were so beautiful, almost reaching to his ears. His arms were long down to his knees, and he was 7 feet tall. He was golden and wearing beautiful yellow garments. He had ink drops on his hands from writing and studying, which beautified him, and he always carried a book in his hand. He wore yellow garments, and he was walking down the street, really proud, like he owned the place, which he does. As he was walking down, he would fight with all of his devotees. He saw Murari Gupta once at the Ganga, and he started challenging Murari Gupta, who went to him and actually tried to spar with him. Finally, he beat Murari Gupta in challenging him in all kinds of argument, and Murari Gupta said, "I can't defeat you, so I surrender to you," and he became his student, even though he was so much older than him. Then he saw Gadadhar Pandit, he saw Srinivasacharya, and he would go to Srivas Pandit, and he would go and he would spar with all of them intellectually. And finally, he saw that one day Mukunda saw him and started running in an opposite direction. And he asked his students, "Why is Mukunda running from me?" And they said, "Oh, he's afraid because you'll debate him and defeat him." And Chaitanya Nimai Pandit was smiling and laughing, and he said, "Oh, it's because I don't speak anything about Krishna. They don't want to waste their time in fruitless arguments." So Mahaprabhu was revealing already at this time that he understood, this isn't for me. But anyway, he would go to so many of his beautiful devotees. One day he was walking through the town of Navadvip, and he was going from shop to shop. He went to one place, a clothwala, and he said, "I want you to give me cloth and give it to me for free." And they would say, "As you like, you can have, or you can pay me later, it's up to you." Nimai would take the clothes and walk away. Then he would go to a garland maker, a fruits,
Malawala.
a malawala. And going there, he would say, "Give me a garland, but I don't have any money, so I want it for free." And they would all be, "As you like, you can have it." They were, Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur expresses that it was just like Krishna when he entered Mathura, how he was going everywhere and taking everything. Finally, he came to the stall of his own dear devotee, Sridhar. Sridhar was worried when he saw him. And Nimai immediately began to try to challenge him. And he had to try to keep up with Nimai. So he was going and saying different things, and Nimai was refuting his arguments. And finally he said, "Oh, Sridhar, I know at your home you have so much wealth." And he said, "But I'm wondering why it is that you don't worship Chandi and all of these other demi-goddesses. You see that the people that worship them are not poor like you." And Sridhar was saying, "You know what? In the end, we all go to the same cremation ground. We all have the same destination. So what does it matter if I have only one cloth? I still eat. I'm still okay. I don't need more than that. And then Nimai said, oh, I know you have so much wealth at home, but we'll talk about that another day. And he was actually alluding to the spiritual wealth that he carried in his heart. And actually Nimai asks him, who am I? And he said, you're a Brahmin. You're like the best of Brahmins. And Nimai laughed and he said, I am actually a cow herder. And he was trying to tell him who he was, but Sridhar didn't see it. He started laughing. And at that time, Nimai said, I want you to give me banana leaves, and I want you to give me the stalks of the bananas, and I want this and that. And he says, oh, you know, this is how I make my living. And Nimai said, no, I want it, and you have to give it for free. And he thought, oh, this Brahmin, I've never seen anyone so impudent, anyone so astonishing as him. But yet, charmed by him, he gave him everything for free. And it is said that Nimai would take that with relish every day. Actually, before Nimai left, he said to Sridhar, he said, you know, I want to tell you a secret, Sridhar. The Ganga's glorification is actually because of me. She rests in me. He put his hands on his ears. Sridhar was, have you no fear? Have you no shame that you would say such a thing? Don't you fear making this kind of offense? And Nimai started laughing, walked away. Then he saw Srivas. Yes, Srivas Pandit. He went to Srivas and he said, oh, Srivas, come and argue with me. Srivas said, I don't have time for this. And he started laughing at Nimai and he said, don't you know that all of this is just a fruitless waste of time? Why don't you spend your time, your knowledge that you have gained to work and to learn about Krishna? Why don't you speak about Krishna? Why are you wasting your time in this world? How beautiful and glorious would it be if you became a devotee? And then he blessed him that he should become a devotee. And Nimai Pandit bowed his head and he said, yes, it should be. By your mercy, one day it should be. One day, a Digvijay Pandit, he was a very, very big scholar. He had gone throughout everywhere where there were very knowledgeable persons, gurus of the highest kind, Bhattacharyas, Chakravartis, the biggest kinds of Vedis, Chaturvedis. He went to every person he heard of and defeated them in whatever kind of logic that he could. It is said that the goddess Saraswati was dancing on his tongue. He chanted her mantras, therefore she was controlled by him. She gave him everything. So he could defeat everyone. Finally, he came to Navadvip because he heard that Mayapur and Navadvip was that place where all the eminent scholars were residing. And he had also heard of the famous young Nimai Pandit. He came on an elephant, actually on a palanquin, surrounded by elephants and horses and a huge band. And he carried all kinds of, let's say, paperwork of names of people that he's defeated. And if nobody would actually fight him in a debate, then the whole village or the whole society would have to have the main person just sign that he defeated the whole society, that nobody had the courage to refute his arguments.
Did Goswami do that also with the Vallabha?
Yes.
Right? He just said, I want to win. He said, okay, I'll put my signature there, take it like that.
Devotees don't want this thing. So he came to the holy dham on this huge palanquin in this whole pomp and grandeur. So that evening, Digvijay goes to the Ganga. He offers pranam there and he looks and he sees something extraordinary. He sees Sachinandan sitting there at the Ganga with thousands of disciples. And he's giving arguments, refuting them, re-establishing them, and refuting them, making the minds of all of them go a little bit wild. Wow, look at this. Nimai was smiling and looking at all of them and telling them this. He had been told previously that this Digvijay was coming, and he thought, certainly I will have to take him off of that pedestal, but I need to do it in such a way that it doesn't burn him so badly that he'll want to die, or that people will make so much fun of him that it will be worse than death. This is the mood of our Gauranga, how he wanted to take this devotee who was actually very good at heart, not hurt them, but teach them. So that Pandit saw Nimai sitting there, so beautiful, shining amongst all of his disciples. He asked one of the boys, who is that? And they said, oh, this is Nimai Pandit. He thought, oh, the famous Nimai Pandit. So he bowed to the Ganga, and then he went and he joined the group sitting around Nimai. It is said that Nimai just looked at him and smiled slightly, and he welcomed him. Digvijay Pandit said who he was, and he said, oh, you are so scholarly. I've heard about you. Please tell us, or actually compose some beautiful glorifications for our purification of Ganga Devi. So then for 3 hours straight, he began reciting. Saraswati was dancing on his tongue, and he was reciting all of these beautiful shlokas for Ganga Devi. Ganga Devi, by the way, for so long had prayed, just like Jamuna Devi got the grace of Krishna and the Brajabasis. They played in her, they entered her waters. She was praying to Krishna, I also want this benediction. Please, you should also enter my waters and let me envelope you completely. At that time, Krishna said, when I come as Shachinandan, I will bathe in your waters. I will sit there daily. 3 times a day, I will bathe there. Anyway, so this Digvijay Pandit was composing for 3 hours these beautiful prose. And Mahaprabhu and everybody were very happy. Mahaprabhu's students were thinking, this is inhuman. Who could do such a thing? No ordinary person can do it. They were becoming bewildered, and Nimai was smiling. After he was done, Nimai said, very, very extraordinary. Now can you explain? And he picked a particular verse, like, in the middle of it, recited a little bit of it and said, can you start explaining from here your poetry? So he started to explain, and Nimai interrupted him and told him, no, this is wrong, and started giving him different explanations, the proper explanations. And that,
that one part?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to stay, it's okay. So I read this from Srila Bhakti-Vigyan Bharati Maharaj today. What Nimai Pandit picked out was Bhavani Bhartu. Bhavani means...
I just don't want to do it toward Thakurji.
It means the wife of Lord Shiva, Bhavani. But then after Bhavani, he puts Bhartu, which means, again, the wife. So Nimai Pandit tells him, this is a double use of the term wife. It can easily be misconstrued, or it can imply very easily that she has more than one husband. You've already said she's the wife of Lord Shiva, and now you're saying she's the wife again. So that means she has another husband. And he was completely shocked. How is it possible that he knew this one verse in the middle of 3 hours of verses, that he could memorize that? And 2, how is it possible that he could pick out this fault? I've been blessed by Goddess Saraswati.
Tell the rest. I
don't know the rest.
Oh, yes, he does.
Sudevi's been blessed by Goddess Saraswati today.
So, I'm going to finish in a moment. I forgot to tell some of when he was playing.
You forgot to tell when he was spinning.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's okay. You can go back. You're still at the Ganga, but tell about this Digvijay. Come on.
So, Digvijay was completely astonished. He didn't know what to do. Nimai just smiled, and he said, anyway, you can compose some more. Just do another one. And then he wanted to, but he was stunned. He couldn't say anything. He was tongue-tied. And at that moment, all the disciples of Nimai Pandit started to giggle, and he stopped them. He wouldn't allow that. He didn't want him to be shamed. And so he looked at Digvijay Pandit and he said, you've come a long way, and it's evening time, you've arrived. You must be so tired. He said, I think also you've been going for over 3 hours. Maybe even someone as great as yourself could get tired. And he said, I know, I'm also feeling tired. Maybe today we should end this and we can meet again tomorrow and begin again. So Nimai gave him an out so that, he was saying, oh, you're just tired. I'm also tired. Maybe, you just need a night and then we can come back. So he didn't really lose face so bad. But he went back to his place and he started thinking, Digvijay Pandit, he was thinking, what happened? Did I commit some offense to Saraswati? Have I made aparad so she's left me? He was so despondent, he began to chant his mantra to Saraswati, and then he went to sleep. Immediately she appeared to him and she began to tell him, who is this Vishvambar? He is the Lord of the universe. He is the creator and destroyer of millions upon millions of universes. He is my own Lord and Master. Shuddha Saraswati, this Saraswati, she's saying, I'm a shadow of that Shuddha Saraswati, that divine consort of the Lord. I am like the shadow, like the Mayak Saraswati, and I can give you this thing, but the fruit of everything is that my Lord and the Lord of everything came in front of you today and defeated you. How can I stand before him? I'm so ashamed of even my seva that I stand in the shadows away from him. How could I stand in front of him? She said, when you wake up, do not think this is a dream and immediately go and surrender at the feet of Gaur Sundar. Wow. He woke up and immediately he bathed and he ran to Lord Gauranga. Going there, he offered his pranam and he started to glorify him. And Nimai started to laugh. He said, oh, what has happened to you? Why are you treating me like this? We're supposed to have a challenge and now you're treating me like this. And then he revealed to Nimai his complete dream. And then Nimai told him, don't tell anyone about who I am. Otherwise, I'll have to destroy you. Because Nimai didn't want his purpose to be known. So anyway, this personality became a great devotee. Mahaprabhu instructed him to give up this arrogance, that this kind of knowledge won't get him anywhere, and that he should do bhakti. And he began doing bhakti, but now he gave up all of those elephants, he gave all of his material things away, and he started engaging in the worship and the glorification of Sachinandan Gaurahari. But with the mood of Trinadapi Shunichena, he was so humble and so beautiful a Vaishnava, it completely changed him. So we can see from this, actually I think it was Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur that said this is the first instance where we see that Gaura Sundar was actually giving his mercy and changing like this, changing someone's heart like this. Before then, he's playing, he's arrogant, he's having fun, but at this moment, he saw, this is my devotee, and they're becoming lost in this world of Gyan. I have to save them. And he gave him Bhakti Shakti.
Before that, how was he playing? How was he?
So I did go past what I wanted to.
We're just having a flashback right now.
Actually, not that I'm like this, but Vrindavan Das Thakur explains that his Chaitanya Bhagavat is not in any chronological order. He says, whatever the Lord is revealing to me at that time, then that is what I'm writing. And Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur is saying that this is showing that Krishna's Leela, Mahaprabhu's Leela, is continuously and eternally going on. And at any moment, any inspiration comes to those who are true Tattvadarshis. And what they are seeing, they are speaking. What is inspired by the Lord moving in their heart, they're able to recite and to give us. And that was happening with Vrindavan Das Thakur. So I'm obviously not like that, but it does mean that maybe it's okay that I can go back.
So, flashback.
So one of the beautiful leelas of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his early youth, when not Mahaprabhu, I'm so sorry,
Nimai.
Of Nimai, of Gaur Sundar in his youth, was when he would play with his friends at the Ganga. If you read in Chaitanya Bhagavat of how naughty he was, you could see how much he's like Krishna in Vrindavan. when the Brahmins would do their pujas. It is said that first they would set up an asan for Lord Vishnu. They would put all kinds of foodstuffs around, and then they would go and chant their Gayatris and take bath in the Ganga. And at that time, Shachinandana would go and sit on the asan of the Lord and start eating all of the foodstuffs for the Vishnu, for Narayan. And the Brahmins would become so angry, and he'd be like, but it's for me. You're offering it to me. And they would chase him away. Sometimes the Brahmins would be chanting their Gayatris in the afternoon, and Nimai would go and swim underneath and pull their feet from underneath them, and they would fall in the water. We know that Krishna would do that with the gopis, especially at Kusum Sarovar and Radhakund. What else would he do? He would, when Brahmins had just freshly bathed and they were ready to do their pujas, Nimai would be looking at them, and he'd be like, oh, what are you doing? And they'd be like, we're about to worship Vishnu. And he'd say, worship me. You should worship me. I'm here. Why worship Vishnu? I'm here. And they would be like, hot, Nimai. And then he would go in the Ganga, take water in his mouth and spit it on them, not knowing that they were actually being even more purified by the Ganga spit water of the Lord. They would become upset and have to go and take bath again. And again, he would do it. Sometimes when they were just drying off, he would kick water. You know, when you kick the water and it splashes, and it would splash on them. Sometimes because thousands of people would be bathing in the morning, afternoon, and evening. So they would all put their clothes in different places, and then there would be a place for the ladies to bathe. At that time, Nimai, with his friends, would go, and he would take the ladies' clothes and steal them and put them in the place of the Brahmins' clothes. And then he would take the Brahmins' clothes and put them where the ladies' clothes, where they're bathing. And at that time, nobody wanted to get out of the water. Everyone was so ashamed because he was doing that. Sometimes he would jump on a Brahmin's shoulders who's doing puja, and he would say, I am Mahesh! And then he would dive from their shoulders into the Ganga, and they would be all yelling at him. Sometimes he would go to the girls who were worshipping Shiva that wanted a good husband, and he would go, oh, I know what you want. You want a good husband. He said, if you worship me and you give all of your offerings to me, I myself will bless you to have a really beautiful husband. They'd, Nimai, what are you doing? How dare you do this? One time he went to one girl and said, as she was doing her puja, oh, you should marry me. Would you like to marry me? And then another time he told one of the girls, you should give me those offerings. If you don't, I'm a Brahmin. I'll curse you. I'll curse you that you'll have 4 to 7 co-wives and you'll have a really ugly husband. With no teeth, if you don't give me those offerings. And although they would become like shocked and feign anger at him, they would start laughing and they would give their offerings to him. Finally, one day, he had gone too far and he had just tortured too many Brahmins about to do their sacrifices, stolen their offerings, sat on their thrones, tortured the ladies. Finally, they went and they complained to Jagannath Mishra and Shachimata. He's there at the Ganga now, and he's creating so much havoc. He's stealing our offerings. He's threatening us. He's jumping on our shoulders. He's telling us to worship him. What is this? What kind of child are you raising? Jagannath Mishra became so upset. He took a stick and he started going toward the Ganga to beat Nimai. At that time, they started to stop him. They really wanted to banter a little bit. They didn't want him in trouble. Just like all of the Sakhis, when they would complain about Krishna, really they were glorifying. He came to my house. Oh, he jumped off my shoulders. He took my offerings. They were internally so pleased. So they were shocked that Jagannath Mishra was about to beat him. So he takes a stick and he starts going to the Ganga. At that time, they're all trying to stop him, and Nimai hears from his friends, we were by your house and everyone was complaining about you. Your father is coming with a stick in hand. Nimai thought, okay, I know what to do. When my father comes here, you should tell everyone that I haven't come today. Tell him that you haven't seen me, that you're waiting for me. And they were all laughing. They said, okay, good luck. Nimai went a roundabout way Somehow or other he came home and he had marks of ink all over his hands, and his clothes were dry and his hair was dry as if he hadn't been swimming. He went in and he saw his mother and he said, "Oh, Maya, I'm going to go now and take bath in the Ganga." And she was looking at him kind of astonished, like, "Oh, I don't understand." At that time, Jagannath Mishra goes, "Where is he? He's at the Ganga looking. Where is Nimai? Where is Nimai?" And his friends were like, "We haven't seen him. We're waiting for him to come. He's been gone all day." Jagannath Mishra was confused. He went back to his home, and there's his beautiful son, looking dusty and dry with ink all over himself. And he thought, "Oh, they must be just making jokes and trying to get him in trouble. My son is so good. Why are they being like this?" And Nimai looked at his father and said, "Okay, I'm going to Ganga now." And he was like, "Yes, you should go." And at that time, Nimai so happily went and began again playing with the Brahmins and harassing and doing so much